Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show.
Parents tell you to clean your room and it's just trash, and you look around at the anarchy and go, how am I ever going to do this? It's, we're kind of there. And one of the final things that has to happen is I have 2 teeth that have to be pulled. And that's not a pleasant thing. I don't think anybody goes, hey, what are you doing this weekend? I'm getting my teeth pulled. But so yesterday, I go in after the show. I got this appointment. We really have to fix it. We really have to do something about this camera for you, Chris. It just looks so stupid.
Not much we can do.
I know. There's got to be something somewhere. Like you're telling me we can't put like a little webcam on a stand right in front of you?
We could,
but
I don't know where to hook that up to.
But someone, I'm not saying you need to go do it, but right? This just looks so stupid. It's not your fault. It's like there's a nice 4K, visual of me focused, and my part ain't perfect, but and then it's you, like you look like you're this tiny little thing sitting way down with a foggy window in between us.
Would it help if I moved it down a little bit? But then
I don't think I don't think there's anything you can do. You're going through a soundproof window.
Soundproof.
Barely. Yeah, sort of. Because now you can. There you go. Let me ask you. Can you zoom it? Can you zoom the camera? Because that would make a difference. Get a lot of that. There you go.
I don't like this because there's other stuff that I'm working on during the show,
and you don't want them to see you.
Well, I'm just gonna be like turned away to the computer, and you'll see like half my body.
That's on you. All right. Well, whatever you're most comfortable with. Anyway, so I go to the dentist yesterday, and it's so stupid the way this works, right? It's a consultation on getting these teeth pulled. I already know which teeth are being pulled. What are you consulting me on? Now, please keep in mind, and by the way, these are fine people. I'm not ripping the place. It's just, I got to go from my place in Roseville to Folsom. It's a 41-minute drive to get out there, right near nap time, too. No nap yesterday. I get out there, and this is the best part. My regular dentist, cool guy. Actually, Kenny Thomas, he's one of his buddies, turned me on him. He's a good dude. And that's in a regular old office. I didn't realize this, but apparently when it comes to oral surgery or ortho or whatever, they have a combined office. So I go in there, It's a zoo. It is a zoo, just everywhere. Things going. And it didn't occur to me until I got taken back to the chair. And I'm in one of those dentist chairs, and then there's like 4 dentist chairs to my right, kind of bing, 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 bing. And I look over and I realize this is a kids' care place, because the 4 chairs to the right of me are filled with kids between 4 and I'd say 10 or 11 years old, with the little sunglasses on, watching Coco or something. And the dentists are like,
great time of the year for that.
Huh?
Great time of the year for
wonderful
Coco.
Time of the year for that. So I'm looking, I'm like, this is great. I'm a middle-aged guy, and I'm at a kids' care dental place. And then the nice dentist comes over and is like, yeah, so hey, here's what we're going to do, and here's what we're going to pull, and what dates can we make a date. And I'm sitting there, and this is where, I act like Billy Badass on the air, but off the air, I do try to be really polite. I felt like saying something, and I didn't. I just played along with it, but I was like, could we have not done this on the phone?
This seems like a cash grab.
And by the way, my copay for my dentist visits is like $25 or something, right? The copay for this visit was $70, and I looked at the receipt, and it said they were billing. It said amount to be billed to insured, $240, or to insurance. And I'm like, wait a minute, you just charged $310 for me to come in and do to drive 80, 90 minutes round trip to do something we could have accomplished in a 5-minute phone call.
Did they get into your mouth at any point?
No. No. I had to think about it first. No. Because he asked me to pull down my lip at one point to look at one of the but he was just like, okay. I could have done that with a picture. But I mean, even then, it did not appear like it was something he needed to do. They had my x-rays, they had the notes from the dentist. So then the best part is I go back to make the appointment with the appointment lady, and to get 3 teeth pulled, my entire copay is $50. So you're telling me I paid $70 to have a 5-minute phone conversation in person, but I'm paying $50 to have actual oral surgery done. And the only thing actually that was worth, that made it the only thing that made it worth even the hassle, the only thing redeeming about the whole visit was they were like, okay, so how do you want to do this? There's basically some options here. We can give you, it wasn't called a sundown pill, but it's some pill like stronger. I said, is it Vicodin or like Valium or Valium? They go, no, it's a little stronger than that. But you're awake, but you just don't really know what's going on. You're just in a nice place. I was like, okay. What else? They go, well, we can put you under, but you don't really need that. Yeah, I've never been put under. I'm good. Okay, we can give you the nitrous, the gas. It's like, okay. And they're like, or we can just, numb you up and you won't feel anything. And I was like, well, hold on a second. When you say numb me up, is that the same thing like if I'm getting a filling or something where they stick the needle in the corner of your jaw kind of thing, and you have to wait 20 minutes? They go, yeah. And I go, well, so you're saying if I get that same numbing done, I'm not going to feel anything? No. And I said, Doc, I'm going to level with you, dude. Like this is, and I seriously had this conversation because I've had it on the air before. I am petrified, not of the process. I am petrified of being one of those guys that's like slapping asses and spilling slurs all over the place, and God knows what else you see on these videos, right? Like, I don't know. They don't look like they're in control of themselves. I don't want to be the guy that's on the video being inappropriate. It scares the hell out of me. I think it's part of the reason why I don't drink is I'm not a big fan of not having control of what I say or what I do. And so I told him, I said, I don't want to be that guy. I don't know if I would be. I probably wouldn't, but I don't even want to dip a toe in that pool. And he was laughing. Okay, I get it. Well, so I said, well, why would I just not be numbed up? If I don't feel it, I've done that before. What, just numb me up? What am I missing here? He goes, it's just comfortable for other people. It's mainly the noise. What do you mean the noise? He goes, it's just, we're pulling teeth. It's not a comfortable noise. It's
Hey,
not,
he actually used that right.
yeah,
We're pulling teeth.
We're pulling teeth here. I was like, okay. All right. Well, what about AirPods? What if I just bring head? Yeah, you can do that. Just turn them up and you'll feel some pressure, but you won't. I was like, all right, well, can I have the pills too? They're not for me. Give it a Mel. So I'm.
See, I think they should bring in someone that has had each. Like, I just did the numbing, and this is what it felt like when I did it. And I did the nitrous, and this is what it was like when I did it.
Yeah.
Like, I would have asked the dentist, like, oh, have you just done just the numbing? What would you have done?
What would you have done in retrospect? Well, I'll have a full report. And apparently, they don't work Fridays, because that's what I told them. I said, look, I talk for a living. What's the recovery here? They said, well, you get it done on a Thursday. You'll be fine by Monday. You'll still have the scarring and whatever. No one would be able to tell. You won't have any swelling or anything like that. So I gotta take a Friday off to get my teeth pulled on. Well, I have to at least reserve a Friday off. Who knows? Maybe I'll feel better the next day. But and then we were looking at appointment thing. And, usually it's way far out. So I was like, all right, well, what do you have available? And the first thing she says to me, she goes, you know what? I just had a cancellation. We could actually do it in an hour. I was like, nope. I need to prepare for this. I need to. So that's on it's just such
so there's a chance yesterday I could have got a call. Hey, Chris.
Yeah. Well, and that's honestly part of what my thought was like, well, if I'm going to miss a day, it can't be this week. Lastly, I wanted to try to fit two things in here. And of course I went long. There's a show on Hulu in conjunction with the History Channel. There's a thing in my house where we try to eat dinner every night together, my wife and kids. And usually they take control of the TV, and it's some, God knows, real, how 100-pound pimple popping doctor, veterinarian thing. But we usually decide on Jeopardy. Every once in a while, I get the remote, and I did last night. And I like to watch something that at least you can learn a little bit off of. So started watching this show I want to recommend to everybody. It's called The Food That Built America. It's a little bit more dramatic than I thought, but let me just give you the log line of the first episode. So Dr. Kellogg runs a sanitarium in Battle Creek, Michigan. And he's got some groundbreaking ideas, but he's also got some pretty off the wall ideas. He becomes world famous, and all kinds of people roll to the sanitarium, including like rich people that are just having breakdowns or whatever. His younger brother is like his assistant, works at the thing, and the doctor's brilliant, but he's always running down the younger brother. So in the process of all this stuff, they create this, the nutrition's a big deal. Breakfast wasn't a thing back then, really. It was usually leftovers from the night before. They didn't have refrigeration. It's the late 1800s. And they invent this breakfast where you take wheat or corn and process it a little bit, and you put milk in there. And it's a rough patch of what we call cereal. Well, one of the guys that was a business person who had a nervous breakdown, he was full of anxiety and all jacked up, was a guy named C.W. Post, who is at the sanitarium and ends up stealing some of the recipes and going and starting Post cereal. Little brother's always getting run down by older brother. He wants to market this stuff. The older brother's like, no, we're not doing it. Sanitarium burns down. Little brother goes out and raises enough capital to buy the recipes from his older brother so he can rebuild the sanitarium. And he goes out and he starts Kellogg's with his cornflakes that he figured out by accident by leaving a bowl of cereal out overnight to ferment by accident, and then it ended up rolling into these flakes. So cornflakes. Post is going at it. Kellogg's is going at it. Then the brother that got bought out tries to start his own company with the Kellogg name as well. They sue each other. Older brother, who's a D-bag, loses and then ends up, falling out of public life. And now you have the cereal wars. That's why Kellogg's and Post are both in Battle Creek, Michigan, and everything that went with that. It follows Henry Hines and how catsup was something from other countries that could be green or brown or whatever. It was made with fish sauce, fish oil, off of nuts, acorns, because they didn't have refrigeration. So a lot of times they didn't have an FDA. So people would eat this rotten meat, and they would use this sauce on the meat to guard against the smell and the taste. So this dude, who was broke at the time, who just gone bankrupt, is obsessed with coming up with a sauce to cover up the stank of the meat, and he ends up coming up with this ketchup. And then that takes off, and then other competitors try to copy him, but they're putting all this crap in there. He's using like all good products. So he sends his son fresh out of college to Washington, D.C. to try to lobby for the FDA to start setting food standards, but really so they can go crush the competition with these crappy ingredients. And now on episode 2, they're dealing with Hershey and the milk chocolate and all. I'm telling you, man, I did not realize that all this food stuff had this much drama. Brother versus brother. The guy who invented Coca-Cola, John Pemberton, took a what's the sword in the end of a gun? Bayonet to the chest in the Civil War, and he became addicted to opium and all this stuff. He started importing the coca plant to make these tonics and whatever. And he comes up with this Coca-Cola whatever recipe, but he was addicted to opium. So he takes on this partner as a total scam artist, right? And then he dies, and the guy buys out Coca-Cola from his widow and his son after the funeral for $300 a piece, which is $10,000 in today's money, goes and starts Coca-Cola. Asa Candler, who then went on to become the mayor of Atlanta and a multi-billionaire. I had no idea half this stuff, man.
2 of the 3 of your stories are on drunk history.
Can I tell you what's even sadder about that is that I didn't know that, and my brother-in-law is one of the writers and actors on Drunk History, and I had no idea. He literally, you ever see the one with Lincoln? Of
course,
that was my brother.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we will lead it off with a lot of football in there as well, a little baseball sandwich. In the meantime, I don't know who invented the car. I think it was Henry Ford, but I can tell you throughout the years, they have developed into crazy things. And by crazy, I mean amazing, that give you wonderful power days like we're having with Ram right now. Ram Power Days at Hoblet, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Don't forget, there's the brand new Hoblet certified pre-owned supercenter in historic downtown Woodland. All right, so you got the downtown dealership is now used cars, and all the new ones are at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center, where you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ram 1500s. Save over $12,000 off MSRP on select new 2023 Dodge Charger SXT, starting as low as $28,750. This is different from big city auto mall dealers. Very different, because there's no dealer markups, there's no add-ons, there's no surprise fees. Take advantage, really take advantage of your federal and state rebates with the new plug-in hybrid. And as always, it's true pricing. The price you see is the price you pay. No hassle ever dealership. Search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. And you tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you. 30-second break. We'll come back with leading off next.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Yeah, I like the fact that it sounds like him and his family want time to get as much information medically as they can to make a good decision. And then certainly the Dolphins want to make sure that they allow him the amount of time necessary to kind of go about. This isn't just trying to come back from a singular concussion. We know that, right? So I think the more information that Tua and his family and his wife, have about the now and the future and everything attached to it is the better. And I guess the next question for me is, does that time attach the Dolphins strictly to Skylar Thompson, or does that time give them another window where they look to add? I know they added Snoop Huntley recently, but a maybe upgrade at the quarterback position.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm getting some breaking news while this is happening, which we'll give to you right after this. Yeah, that's Dan Orlovsky talking about Tua, and he mentioned he and his wife have to. Here's the problem with that. You need more and clear info about brain injuries. Well, the problem there is that there's not a lot of clear info on brain injuries other than they've pretty much proven that if you continue to concuss your brain, bad things will happen. Bad things will happen to you now. Worse things will happen to you later. Now, look, we're going to get into this in the next segment, because it really is something that becomes a very interesting question that happens to be public. If you're Tua Tagovailoa, do you put self over legacy? Do you put preservation over what your dreams and hopes and aspirations? It's incredibly, there's so many people in this business, that being the media and all of you out there, that we all have opinions on this. Well, most of us have opinions. Wow, he should retire. It's best for his family. You got to play, man. You only get one shot. What an incredibly difficult decision for Tua and his family to make. What a tough thing. What a scary thing. Oh, if you keep doing this, your brain might be scrambled eggs, Tua. Oh yeah, you're 25 and you have a young family. Like that's just scary thinking about what damage I've already done. What more is to come? What do I do here? I'm rolling the dice. Anyways, more on this at 6:30. In the meantime, hit that breaking news, would you please?
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
All right, so this is really interesting. After talking about it, deferring the conversation about a year ago, the WNBA has just announced an expansion team going to Portland. This is a little interesting. First off, that's interesting, but it gets a little more interesting when you look at who's behind this. So the new team will be owned and operated by Raj Sports, led by controlling owner Lisa Batal-Mirage and her brother, Alex Batal. Now, if those names sound at all familiar to you,
know what, Dave? Those names sound familiar to me.
They sound a little familiar, don't they? Well, Raj Sports, Lisa, and Alex Batal, those are the children of Raj Batal, who is one of the biggest minority owners. He might actually be individual. It's Vivek. I don't know the numbers exactly, but if you were to do Vivek at the top of the pyramid, right underneath that next level are the Jacobs brothers, Raj Batal and his family, and I honestly think maybe Chris Kelly. But Raj is, Raj made his money in a lot of different places, including swimwear, is probably what he and his family are best known for. And they've been, I want to say they recently bought a women's soccer, one of the major league for women's soccer up in Portland as well.
The Thorns.
The Thorns. Thank you. And I have a really good friend that kind of helps run the company, who used to be here, doing a lot of work, on, there's a lot of connections going on there. Here's why it's interesting. Sorry. I just got this news and I'm formulating the thought. What's actually interesting with this news coming out and some Kings minority owners that are doing this deal is, I'm just calling balls and strikes here. Where are we at with the Monarchs, Vivek? Because he repeatedly has said that he wants to bring the Monarchs back to Sacramento. That was a goal when he bought the team. And am I missing? I haven't heard anything about it. It makes you want, look, I'm going to tie this in, and it might be a little bit unfair, but with all the stuff going on with the A's, I know a couple years ago he was in the midst of trying to make a bid for Chelsea. There's been a few things he's been involved in, but can we get an update on the Monarchs? Because you have the minority owners grabbing an expansion team on a very much growing league. Totally different landscape than when the Monarchs were here. I understand that, you just got a team in the Bay Area, but there's an NBA team in the Bay Area. So it's just kind of a strange look.
I feel like it would also be different with the Monarchs if, like, you know what, they didn't draw, they weren't really doing well.
They were fantastic.
Yeah.
It's one of the best markets. I still don't understand. Well, I do. It's clear the Malouts didn't have any money. But, and by the way, it may be as simple as, and I don't want to bury Vivek here. Maybe the answer is, guys, we've tried. We've been in talks nonstop. And they gave this, they've given a team to San Francisco, Oakland. They've now given a team to Portland. Like, they're surrounding us. We're in line. There's nothing we can do. I'd have already done it. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think it's that. But I don't know what the answer is. We'll take a break. When we come back, Tua goes on the injured reserve. But let's get deeper into this. Let's talk about notable careers. One in particular I know everybody remembers, but notable careers that have been cut short due to injury. And just really the psychology. Is there a reason this is even a decision? And is part of that reason because they're chasing immortality? I want to get into the psychology of it next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Curran in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Waking up to cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 50s this morning, but slight chances for rain showers this afternoon with highs topping out in the mid-70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA app.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton and Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers, too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sean Party. That's why they call me Mr. Saturday. Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. Sean Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
Y'all want to hear about the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford? Well, if you're age 50 or over, you can save hundreds when you switch. Are you ready for some exclusive discounts too? Phone's in the air now. We're going to sign you up, baby. Go to visithartfordauto.com today for your free quote.
When you're with the Hartford, the Bucks got your back. Provided by Hartford Fire Insurance Company, not AARP or its affiliates. Individual savings vary. The Hartford pays a royalty fee to AARP, which is used for external purposes. For information and restrictions, go to thehartford.com.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcast ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point. and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered FlexSteel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich.
Be the difference.
Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
I'm never afraid to ask dumb questions, so I'm going to ask one. Because I was thinking about it today, about 20 minutes ago, and I was like, it's just stupid. There's a reason. And then somebody just texted it, and they have the same question. Now, I understand the basics as to how the sun and the moon and the earth work and, seasons and all that. But, Chris, is it just me? Like, why is it still dark outside? I get the science. Doesn't it seem like very quickly it's staying darker longer? It's not the normal buildup. I feel like in the last 3 days, and today, like, it's 6:33. It's pitch black outside.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't feel, I'm just noticing it. Let me reiterate. I understand that as you move towards the, the winter and summer equinoxes and the orbits and the this and that, I get it. All I'm saying is, does anybody else think that it's staying darker, later, quicker?
No.
It's normal to you?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then I do say it feels.
It's kind of freaking me out, honestly, that it's still pitch black outside, because I feel like it wasn't that way yesterday. It probably was. And I'm looking at the weather. It says that sunrise today is supposed to be at 6:50, but that's sunrise. So you see the sun, the glow stuff happens before that.
Yeah, that'll be in about 5-6 minutes.
I just feel like it's quick.
I think that also the thing that hurts us is we just have a sliver of a window.
Yeah, but I think part of the problem, I just went outside and was thinking about it. This last break, I went to my car, came back, see this question on the text line. Hey, whatever. Okay, let's get to notable.
Here's what I think might be playing with it.
Yeah.
Because when we feel like it's still dark out, we feel like it's cooler. Like it's in the 16, we've been in the hundreds in the 90s.
Well, dude, I woke up this morning. It's my car. I park it in the driveway, and usually around the time I get in, the left side of the car is a little wet from the sprinklers, right? But I got in the car, my whole windshield was wet, and then I got out of the car, and the whole other side was wet. So I think we got sprinkles overnight. So I don't know. Is it cloudy right now? Maybe that's helping or hurting or whatever. Also, incidentally, it's going to be 100 degrees next Tuesday.
Fun.
F you, fake fall. Or no, I love you, fake fall. I guess F you, late summer.
We hate your stepbrother, late summer.
We really, really do. I don't wish death on anyone, but I wish that late summer would die.
There should be like a date where it's like, okay, no more 100-degree weather.
That's it.
For anybody.
And this probably isn't even the last one. There's probably one more after this. But I said it's summer adjacent until the I think usually the second week of October you can start to relax a little bit. Anyways, we were talking about Tua Tagovailoa. And, this has been done to death. Should he retire? Should he retire? And honestly, it's his business. It's his decision, of course, and whatever. But we all, that's why we watch sports. We all like to live vicariously. And I was looking at this list the other day of careers cut short due to injury. Now, I think maybe the most famous one, at least the one that comes to my mind first, and I think a lot of you, is Bo Jackson. And I obviously it's not a head injury. That was a hip thing. That weird tackle against the Bengals, I'll never forget it. Look, he looked like he just got banged up, and that ended his career. Both careers, really. And you look at a guy like Ryan Shazier. You remember the Steelers got injured about 7 years ago. That was a spinal thing. Ralph Sampson's knees screwed him up. Hey, do you know who I'm looking at this list here? Do you know who Paige is? Wrestler?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's wrestling again.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yeah.
Was it saying a spinal disc herniation?
Yeah, she's wrestling
at
again.
21. Oh, good for Paige.
Saraya now.
Oh, not Paige anymore?
No.
Okay. Eric Lindros suffered a bunch of injuries, but the concussions really got to him. Eric Lindros was, again, I'm not a hockey guy, but Eric Lindros was maybe the most heralded prospect coming out since Wayne Gretzky. And that's not my words. That's something I read in Sports Illustrated. That's why I know that. And he played 13 seasons, but he also had 8 reported concussions. And this was back when they had, the blue tent. He was the 4th fastest player to get to 300 points, with Gretzky, of course, first on that list, but he just didn't have the durability.
Well, one of the guys that's head of really pushing for a concussion, standards and looking at how concussions happen and what affects you is Chris Nowitzki, who is also a professional wrestler whose career ended from concussions, a really bad concussion.
You may remember on this show, it was a year after, but remember Chris Copeland, the defensive player with the Niners, that was just a stud, and he got a concussion. I was like, yeah, I'm good. And now speaks out. I think those are some of your best spokespeople for that. Andrew Luck, it wasn't anything to do with concussions, but he had the shoulder issue and everything with that.
And I like him. It doesn't sound like he could play.
Yeah.
But it sounded more like, I'm sick of getting beat up.
That's what it was.
I'm happy.
That's what it was. I'm good. I got paid. I'm done. I've got it. Sterling Sharp, the neck issue, the stinger. So you have, I'm going through the list here because some of them are physical. Monica Seles was never the same after being stabbed. It wasn't that the stabbing. I know this sounds stupid. The stabbing itself was not in any way, shape, or form a career-threatening injury. She fully recovered. There was no issue. This wasn't like a knee, Achilles, or shoulder injury would have literally been worse for her from a pure tennis perspective. But the fact that a fan stabbed her in the back on the court caused such mental anguish, and understandably so, she was never, ever, ever the same. And I found myself really kind of thinking, Chris, because for me, I got 100 million in the bank or coming, whatever. I got a wife, young family. Brain issues are scary as hell. I don't want to be thinking the rest of my life anytime I bonk my head, anytime I get a headache, anytime like yesterday when I went fourth down in the middle of a segment. I don't want to be sitting there going, is this it? Is this how it starts? Am I losing it? I don't want to have that chasing me my whole life. And I also, even worse, don't want to take the chance at compounding that by continuing to play. And then God knows what happens after that. This wouldn't be a decision for it. Would be tough. I wouldn't want to leave my teammates. I'd be sad about retirement. It would be tragic in that sense, but ultimately not that tough of a decision. But that's probably why I'm not, well, other than, skill and athleticism, why I'm not a professional athlete. And as part of the issue with a lot of these guys, Chris, is that their entire lives, they were the best in junior high. They were the best in high school. They were the big men on campus in college. They're supermen. They're immortal. They're playing at the highest level, pro bowling and doing all this stuff. Do they just somewhere in them have this belief that they are untouchable? And that goes into the psychology of admitting your mortality by being a sissy and stepping away from football because you have a boo-boo in your head. And obviously I'm mocking that. It should be, it is incredibly serious. But is that the thought process? You're some sort of a sissy? You're some sort of a soft person if you step away?
Well, I think a little other part of it is fear. Like, what am I going to do afterwards? And that's what you hear from a lot of athletes.
Yeah.
And like, you've been playing this sport since you were a little kid to be the best of the best going into it, knowing that your entire life was going to be based on becoming the greatest athlete at the sport that you can possibly be, and feel like it's been taken from you. And there's this point of like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Like I'm, and especially it's one of those things too, where you hear people, oh, like about 5 or 6 years into playing, I decided I want to start looking at this just as my career starts ending. Like, I think Tua has like a knowledge that football is not going to last forever, but there's also like, I'm also thinking he's not thinking, well, I got to start thinking about that now.
That's the problem. I say that's the problem, but I think it's also something to do with, to your point, and well, we're late here. Not that late, a little late. So, I work with Kevin Nagel, and he's good. He's become a good friend of mine, and I don't mind saying publicly that like, there's been times when we're working on something. It's like midnight or it's like 5 a.m. and we're up. It's just some crazy thing that happens. I've asked him like a couple times, like, dude, I won't say how much money he has, but he has a lot of money. Like an insane amount of money. And I'm like, bro, you got more sunrises behind you than ahead of you. You got grandkids. What are you doing this for? I know why I'm doing it. Why are we in your office at 5 a.m. on a Sunday? Why are we up at midnight when we both have to get up at God knows what tomorrow, working on this problem, whether it's something here or something to oversee? Why are we doing this? Why are you doing this? If I had 1/10 of your wealth, I'd be middle fingers in the air. I'm good. I'm buying a house here, here, and here, and I'm traveling. I'm playing golf. I'm having fun, and I'm just gonna live my life. What are you doing? And it's a long and complicated answer I've gotten, but the gist of it is like, this is what I do. I don't know what I do. It's the Johnny Carson theory, I think, in a sense. Johnny Carson was top of the pops on the Tonight Show forever. He retired. He was dead 2 years later. How many times do you see somebody quit their thing, step out of the public eye, and they're gone? Now, sometimes they quit because they were sick, but Chris, I think that's part of it. You nailed it. Like, these people are driven by a thing that is different than a lot of us, and they've hit their goals, but they create new goals. And that's part of the reason why they got there. It's like this catch-22.
That's why we couldn't. Because once we got that big paycheck, it's like, all right, I'm out.
And that's why we never got there in the first place. So in a sense,
we'd be like the MySpace guy.
Right. That's that. Tom is the perfect example. By the way, as we break, thank you. I always do this. It was Chris Borland and the Niner that retired. I said Chris Copeland. The reason I say Chris Borland is for some reason I always mix it up with Wes Borland, who was the guitarist for Limp Bizkit. I don't know why. And then there's a Copeland that played for the Vikings. It's like the Derek and David Carr thing. I always call him Chris Copeland. We'll take a break. When we come back, safe or out. Giants did a thing. Bobby Witt did another thing, and more about John Fisher being stupid. We'll do that next.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated. And you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. We find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
John Party. That's why they call me Mr. Saturday. Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet. I got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Hey, it's kind of getting lighter outside, but I'm telling you, something's going on. Are there aliens happening? What is it? Why is it so dark this late? By the way, you ever think about War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells and the whole radio broadcast? And go, dude, once upon a time, a guy went on the air and did a thing about aliens landing, and the whole freaking country believed it, and how insane that was.
And at the beginning of it, they were saying like, "Hey, we are reading a book.
Right.
This is something that's not happening."
Brought to you by Ovaltine.
Children's cigarettes.
4 out of 5 doctors say kids should smoke.
Now without asbestos.
What I see the other day, it was there was some successful tax on what was it? I think it was something with cigarettes or something like that. Oh, it was this like, ever since we raised taxes on cigarettes, XYZ, we've had this many people quit smoking. And, you know, it's like this big success story, which, like, fine, good. Always gets me, though. Like, why are these taxes on alcohol?
There's taxes on alcohol.
I know. But why is there not as much energy for alcohol as there is for cigarettes?
I mean, taxes on cigarettes are way more than alcohol.
Way more. And you can't have commercials, but you can have the Budweiser brings you the Super Bowl brought to you by Wild Turkey and Johnny Walker Blue. Why is the energy different? Is it just because more people drink?
I think more people don't like smokers than people don't like.
I think
drinkers.
You're right, because somebody can drink and it's not like, wafting over to you. I get that. But it's like, I don't know of anyone that's ever smoked a couple Marlboros and, crashed into a family of 4 because they smoked a couple Marlboros. It's weird. That whole thing has always been weird to me. Like, have the same energy for both as, like, our entire audience. Like, what are you talking about? While they're, having a Modelo or something.
Don't tax my whiskey.
Don't tax my whiskey. Safer out, question 1.
The Giants smashed the Orioles in Baltimore yesterday. Safer out. The Orioles are choking.
Dude, they kind of are. My Orioles. They're choking. And look, by the way, this isn't about the Giants sucking. They should have won. I actually watched a little bit of that. Weirdly enough, because it was the afternoon and there was nothing else on, and that is just the honest to God truth. It was like a 3:30 start. So I watched the first few innings, and Blake Snell was dealing. Holy crap. The Orioles had no shot whatsoever. Dude went 6 innings, gave up 1 hit. I think it was in the first inning, first or second inning. He gave it the hit, and struck out 12. He faced 18 batters and he struck out 12 of them to lower his ERA to 3.31. They had no chance. And the fact that the Giants scored 10 runs on top of it, like, that's just unnecessary. It was 4-0 by the end of the 4th inning, and then they had another 6 in the top of the 9th. But the Orioles, man, not good. They are now 4 behind the Yankees, who won yesterday in Seattle. And you got you got 11 games left, and the Yankees have a 4-game lead. It would take a collapse of epic proportions. Meanwhile, the Padres are actually 3.5 behind the Dodgers, even though they both lost. Dodgers have given Padres a chance, man. They've lost 5 of 10. Problem is, the Padres have won 6 of 10. They got a chance to gain ground. They're not taking it. Number 2, please.
Bobby Witt became the first shortstop with multiple 30-30 seasons. Safer out. At 24, he's the biggest young star in baseball.
He is. He really is. He's not, I'm not saying he's Ohtani, but Ohtani's not 24. With apologies to, I don't know, thought it was going to be Tatis for a while, Vladdy Jr., with apologies to a lot of the younger guys. It's Bobby Witt, dude. He's gonna win the batting title, and he's gonna win the batting title overall. In fact, he's batting 11 points, a full 11 points better than Luis Arias, who's gonna win in the National League. 230 for 30 seasons as shortstop by the time you're 24. He's a stud, dude. He is an absolute stud, and I love that he's in Kansas City, man. And he is the future face of baseball if he isn't already one of them. Number 3, please.
Although the game is basically sold out, the A's are refusing to open Mount Davis for their final home game. Safer out. This is just another in a long line of trash John Fisher decisions.
It's so stupid. That's safe. That is 100% safe. It's just so stupid. The whole thing was, this is a season of celebrating the celebrating the history of the Blue Jays. They've done nothing, dude. They've done absolutely nothing. And you're getting prices crazy for the final game. They could open up Mount Davis. There was a guy that snuck in yesterday and was taking, like, you got to do a little bit of cleanup. There's just some stuff lying around, but they could make it.
Take half a day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It just.
But then we have to hire more workers and more security, and
can't wait for it. Can't wait for that cabal of ding dongs to get to Sacramento. That's just going to be amazing. Don't forget, we have John Party tickets to give away a little bit later on in the program. When we come back, though, Bryce Young was benched yesterday. As a listener request from yesterday, let's take a look at the worst number one picks of all time. And is Bryce Young headed to in that category? Also, please don't forget Emil Ferguson at 9 with your Niners at 9. We'll take a break. We're right back after this.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Since you probably can't afford your own sports psychologist, Golf Monthly's Fergus Bissett offers 5 golf psychology tips to help you play better. First, stay in the present. If your mind is ahead of you, how can you focus on the shot at hand? Second, every shot is a new challenge. The objective of every shot is to get the ball in the hole in the least amount of strokes. Go do it. 3, the past is the past. Many of us dwell on the past. Not good. Clear your mind and move on to the next shot. 4, never surrender. Some give up on their rounds too quickly. Your fortunes on the course can change with one swing or one decent break. Lastly, stay positive on the greens. If you're having one of those days where the putts don't drop, focus on the positives. If you're putting on your intended line, that's a good thing. Keep it up and they'll begin to fall. And remember, it's a game, so go out there and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
A new pool can transform your backyard into a beautiful oasis. Now, that's what happened with us when we made the best decision and called Premier Pools and Spas. The process began with an in-person consultation with the designer, and the end result, well, it's been several years of family fun in our forever pool. Now, you can find out for yourself by coming out to the Endless Summer Bash from Premier Pools and Spas. That's this Saturday from 10 to 4 at their newly renovated showroom in Rancho Cordova. They'll have food, ice cream, bounce houses, and more, but you can come get design ideas for your pool. But also, they build outdoor living spaces, fire pits, pavers, and so much more. That's this Saturday from 10 to 4 at Premier Pools and Spas' newly renovated showroom in Rancho Cordova. Find out for yourself why they've been the region's leading pool builder and serving Sacramento since 1988. That's Premier Pools and Spas, contract license number 589234.
Do you have old baseball cards and sports memorabilia from the 50s and 60s collecting dust in your closet? They could be very valuable in any condition. Find out at the Sports Cards Roadshow. We'll be in the Sacramento area to evaluate your old and modern sports cards. Visit sportscardsroadshow.com today to schedule your appointment. Ask about your free on-site sports card evaluation. For large vintage and modern collections, we can come to you. Skip the garage sale. Sports Cards Roadshow is buying. Call 1-800-560-3272 today or visit sportscardsroadshow.com.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Sean Party.
That's why they call me Mr. Saturday.
Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
Sean Party.
Last night only.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, that's a road I could go down. Is George Michael's sports machine. I don't think George Michael, by the way, for those of you, George Michael was a sportscaster, not the guy from Wham. And, I think neither of them are with us anymore. I know, obviously.
George Michael's sports machine? Is that the...
You don't remember George Michael's sports machine? Yeah, it used to be on Channel 3. I want to say it was at 11 o'clock leading into Saturday Night Live obviously on Saturdays.
Or Saturday night's main event.
Well, yeah, and then everyone. So I don't remember quite how that worked, by the way, because did Saturday Night Wrestling, or was it Friday night?
It's Saturday night.
Okay, did that preempt SNL? How'd that work?
So when there wasn't Saturday Night Live on, they would replay Johnny Carson. Well, Johnny Carson didn't want to do as many dates as he was getting older, so he's like,
that's why SNL started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that even continued on of, okay, if Saturday Night Live's not on, I still don't want you to run my reruns.
Right.
Because I'm going to be
I want the rerun on Monday or on Friday.
Dick Ebersol had a relationship with Vince McMahon of just can you give us a wrestling show?
Which would be what? When they'd have it instead of running an old SNL?
Yes.
Okay. Let me tell you something, dude. Back in the day, Saturday Night Wrestling was where it was. I was into that.
And like the reason why it's so popular on TV, and I don't know, it's a very cheap compared to other television shows.
What, wrestling?
Yeah. And you can you're selling tickets to your event.
To your event that is a TV show.
Yes.
That was the George Michael Sports Machine, because Mike on the YouTube chat was saying, hey, pretty soon all these sports shows, it's just going to be all stuff around sports and not like, well, in this game. And we're kind of like that. Look, the Kings, now, we'll do our recaps or whatever, but I'm not recapping the Giants blow by blow on a Wednesday. I'm not. We've recapped the Niners game a bunch. So we have a lot of different things to cover. But there's a difference between a topic on a sports show, for example, where you're doing the actual game itself, game highlights, audio reaction, and all that, and then what surrounds it. But he is right in the sense that where sports coverage is gone, and so much of it is human interest. Let me see. I think I got this here. Let's see if this brings back any nostalgia for anyone. Here's the open to George Michael Sports Machine from August 21st, 1988. Oh, you had to press the football helmet.
It feels like the HBO old.
It is a little bit. Yeah, you're right. But that theme, this theme slaps, dude. Oh, big crash in the plate. Chichi Rodriguez. There's a knockout. Barry Sanders. Now there's a big satellite beaming it down. The George Michael Sports Machine. Take it away, George.
Good evening, everybody. I'm George Michael, and welcome to the Sports Machine. Tonight, through the use of the Sports Machine, out west, the New York Mets.
So the bit here,
I love it,
was that the Sports Machine gathered all the video via satellite in space.
This isn't personal bias. This is science.
This is science, dude. It would beam it all down into the machine throughout the week. And then George Michael would then guide you through all the things in the Sports Machine. You can hear the beep, bop, boops included.
Tonight, through the use of the Sports Machine, out west, the New York Mets continue to struggle playing in San Diego. For a young receiver in the NFL, there's been disappointment amidst his greatness.
Hold on a second. Did you catch that?
I didn't see who that was.
For a young receiver in the NFL,
is that Jerry Rice?
There's been disappointment along with greatness. It was some dude who wore number 80 for the San Francisco 49ers.
For a young receiver in the NFL, there's been disappointment amidst his greatness. It was another day.
What if, like, interviewing Jerry Rice, you're like, what pushed you to greatness? And he's like, George Michael.
George Michael embarrassed me.
Time for Mario Andretti. And he has matured, but Jimmy Connor says he will never mellow. With just 6 weeks left in the regular season, the Oakland Athletics are in super shape.
Hey!
They've led the American League Western Division most of this year. Today's performance, I think, kind of typified the perseverance that's kept them in first place. You see, the Athletics...
Hold on, this is 88. They beat the Giants in 89. Was it the Reds, I think, that beat them? No, that was 90. Dodgers.
Truly.
Oh, this is Kirk Gibson year, isn't it?
Then regain the lead in the eighth inning. They down the Red Sox 5-4. Now, in winning, the Athletics prevent a sweep by the Boston Red Sox, while meanwhile, Boston falls 4 games behind the Eastern Division leading Detroit Tigers. The Tigers this afternoon.
By the way, George, spoiler alert, the A's are moving in a few years. What if every show started like that?
That was definitely an 80s or 90s trope of like a recap show of, hey, we've got Supercomputer 3000 here to give you the best. Now, let's see what it is.
Why is there not the equivalent now where it's like, we've crafted our artificial intelligence satellites to bring you the best of this and that, whatever the hell. Let's get to it right now. Tua Tagovailoa.
I mean, like, unfortunately, that's our phones now. Like, if you want to see a highlight, it's like right there as soon as it happens.
Yes, because once upon a time it was pagers. And now it's phones. You couldn't get the same on a pager. Phones, although you could get sports highlight. Remember I told you I had the alphanumeric pager? You could get sports scores on there. It was like $3.99 a month. They text you. You hit a little button, and then they'd download all the sports scores for you. All right.
This is incredible.
It was incredible. What's going on? And then there's no internet. What's going on in the game? Oh my God, I've got it. Bottom of the 7th. George Michael. We'll have to do that, by the way, at some point. We'll have to do, because there's 2 George Michaels. What are the all-time big, like, who's another one? They got one here. Yeah, like 2, like you had Roger Craig, the manager, and then you had Roger Craig, the running back. You had George Michael, the singer, and George Michael, the sportscaster. One more note on George Michael's Sports Machine. The one show out of the whole year that sucked, though, and I remember I'd stay up for George Michael's Sports Machine, and then once a year it would happen. I'd be like, oh, would be, hey, it's time for our annual George Michael Sports Machine live from Cheyenne, Wyoming for the big rodeo. And then the whole stupid show would be about the rodeo, and I didn't care. Nobody cared. George Michael cared. Nobody cared. Rest his soul. Anyways. Bryce Young. Bryce Young got benched, and I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at our dumb segue. The whole thought a listener asked yesterday was like, is he one of the worst number 1 picks of all time? Well, it's certainly trending that way. But let's also remember a couple things. I would like to point to Justin Fields, who we will talk about a little bit later. You know, Justin Fields is currently 2-0 with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who aren't exactly breaking doors down. But the thing with Bryce Young is that if I'm like, for example, here's an example. If I'm Tom Telesco, I'm dialing up the Panthers hotline today, and I'm saying, look, I just want to throw this out there, but what would it take to just you want to get rid of this Bryce Young situation? What would it take to get him off your hands? And I'm not saying Bryce Young would lead the Raiders to a championship or anything. What I am saying is that a quarterback is generally only as good as what is surrounding him, whether it is coaching, personnel, etc. And the Carolina Panthers are the worst team probably in the entire league. That doesn't mean Bryce Young's going to be an all-pro. I'm saying I'm not closing the book on Bryce Young because of his Carolina Panthers experience. And for every Bryce Young, you seemingly have a Sam Darnold who shockingly goes to the Niners, rehabs his career, and now is with a decent team in Minnesota and is starting out fantastically. But there have been some terrible number 1 picks. And it really drives the point home that the guy leading the league right now in yardage is Mr. Irrelevant, the literal last pick of the draft. You have a guy in Kurt Warner that won multiple Super Bowl titles and is a Hall of Famer. And he was like worse than Brock Purdy. He wasn't drafted. He was like legit not drafted, bagging groceries. Literally. Tom Brady was pick number 299. The guy leading the league in touchdowns, Derek Carr, I think was a 2nd rounder, which is a high pick. Don't get me wrong, but it just seems like for every Peyton Manning taken at number 1, there's other guys that are not taken even in the 1st round that do fantastic work. Let me give you an example. Jeff George was number 1 pick in the draft in 1990. Tim Couch in 99, taken by the Browns. David Carr, taken by the Texans. Again, who knows what would happen if David Carr had gone to a team that had any competency whatsoever.
I think he had the record for the most sacks.
He did have the record for them, I think. Does he still?
I know him and Derek were like neck and neck, which is
Jared Goff is actually a turnaround story, but there was a time when he was almost out of the damn league. And then, of course, sorry, Raider fan, but probably the worst number 1 pick of all time would be Jamarcus Russell.
I think that was tough for him, too, was he held out for so long and got a huge contract and then did nothing.
Well, you know, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, an offshoot of the Tua conversation, but maybe Jamarcus was one of those guys that was like, I got paid.
Yeah.
I'm not getting up and running that extra mile, dude. I passed the ho-hos because I got paid and I'm rich and I don't even care.
Hard to do road work when you're just sleeping in silk sheets.
That's exactly right. We'll take a break when we come back. Just a 1-minute break here. 3 for Madness. We got playoffs coming up. Sounds like NBA expansion is ramping up, so we have a question about that. And an NFL stat you're going to have a hard time believing. We'll get to that next.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right. Coming up at 9, Emil Fergoso will join us. Niners at 9. At 7:43, DeMar DeRozan, there's some audio. He's making the media rounds, and yes, we are efforting him. We will eventually get DeMar DeRozan. I just like to get him.
Who's going to be interviewing Keegan Murray?
Who?
Someone with a new podcast.
Someone with a new podcast.
Yeah, I better check this because now that I'm saying it out loud, it might be a joke.
Really? Well, because all I'm thinking about is it's not the Kelsey brothers. Who's got a new podcast? Is this going to piss me off? I hope it's not.
I'm not going to say it because I think as I'm thinking about it,
say
I think it's someone.
Say it in my ear. Oh, God, that's a 100% joke. And you really should I'll leave it to you. You truly should share that with the class, what you thought, what you almost reported, because shame on you.
I almost did a Rami. Something I saw last night. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And then like just saying it out loud and like, oh, there's no way that's happening.
You gonna tell it? You gonna say it?
Talk to a girl.
you thought Chris thought Keegan Murray was going to be on the Hawk Tua podcast.
But see, to be fair, I stopped myself from saying that it was going to happen.
You did. But the fact that you believed it for a second that is my world, dude. Although that would be absolutely hilarious.
I mean, we would watch it.
We would 100% watch it. And then.
So what's it like lighting that bean?
Oh, God. All right. And then he asked her the same question. All right. Three for Madness. Question 1, please.
Seriously, are you excited for the WNBA playoffs?
I am. My excitement for the WNBA playoffs of all the seasons of okay. Let me actually be fair here. Taking out the Sacramento Monarchs, because that's like a different thing. Like, I guess the WNBA playoffs, but it was also like Sacramento's in something. If you take all the non-Monarch seasons and you combine the excitement I had for the WNBA playoffs, it would be maybe a 10th. I am legit excited about the WNBA playoffs. And by the way, here's where the Caitlin Clark effect. Here's where the Caitlin Clark effect is so awesome. Because yes, I'm excited to see what the Indiana Fever are going to do in the playoffs, but let's be honest. They're probably not winning any championships. But the fact that they're the 6th seed after missing it last year is pretty darn cool. But here's why it's cool. I'm not just here for that. I'm also here to see if the Las Vegas Aces, who are not top of the pops when it comes to record this year, but have been the best team in the league last 2, if they can continue that. Because the New York Liberty have been running up against them. And now the Liberty have the best record in the league. They're 32-7. And then meanwhile, the Minnesota Lynx are at 30-9. They're like, nobody's talking about us. Everybody's either talking about Caitlin Clark, or they're talking about the defending champs, or they're talking about the New York Liberty. Hi, we're the Minnesota Lynx. Yeah, we're just 2 games back of the best record in the league. So Caitlin Clark, admittedly, and everything around Caitlin Clark brought me to the dinner table. And I'm not going to sit here and say I've watched every WNBA game. Give me a break. I haven't. But through the process of eating the meal at the table, I've noticed, oh, look at this dish and that dish, and I like that too. I'm interested. There's storylines. There's jealousy. We'll get to this later. Hatred. Give it to me. Yeah, I'm excited for the WNBA playoffs. Number 2, please.
Question 2.
It's sounding like when the NBA expansion does happen, Minnesota is the favorite to move east.
Yeah, so there's 30 teams, 15 and 15. You're going to add 2 to the West, which is going to create a thingy where you're going to have to move one of them to the East so that you got 16 and 16 and you're good to go.
Why can't one of the expansion teams be an Eastern team?
Well, because it's Vegas and Seattle.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. The nominees are the New Orleans Pelicans, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Oklahoma City Thunder, for obvious reasons. It's sounding more and more like it's going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves. I was reading about this last night, and it's not just like they're not the furthest east, right? But where it probably makes sense is that when you look at flight times and distances to teams, they're closer to more Eastern Conference teams than Western Conference teams.
Yeah, I was thinking about it because I was thinking like, oh, it's got to be Memphis.
That's what I thought too.
But then I'm thinking, okay, there's New Orleans, there's all the Texas teams,
exactly.
Oklahoma. Yeah.
They're all within it. So it's not necessarily geography. In fact, I think Minnesota is like, is Denver the closest? It's either Denver or Oklahoma City, I think, was like their closest Western. It was weird because it wasn't the ones I thought it was. But yeah, it's more about their proximity. So I look, I actually think that's a good way to do it. Whatever gets these guys to travel less, I'm fine with that. And Minnesota seems like an Eastern. They seem like an Eastern team. They seem like an Eastern Conference team. I mean, hell, the Minnesota Vikings are in the NFC East, right? Or in the Central?
North?
The Central? North? Oh, yeah, the North. That's right. Were they used to be in the NFC East, didn't it? No, probably not.
NFC. Well, the NFC West was like the Niners,
the Falcons, the Saints, and the Rams. So stupid. The Atlanta Falcons in the NFC West might be the dumbest thing ever. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
NFL kickers are 35 of 37 on kicks of 50 yards or more. The 2 misses belong to Justin Tucker.
What?
Is he still the best kicker in the NFL?
Think about that. How crazy is that? First off, it's crazy that kickers are 35 of 37 beyond 50. That's insane. Secondly, the 2 misses are Justin Tucker, the living, breathing record holder, Justin Tucker. I saw that when that is the stat of the day. That is 100% the stat of the day. But then it's like, okay, so what do we do here? Is like, is he still the best kicker in the league? I do think it's an interesting conversation because if I were going to pick a kicker now, I think it'd probably be that kid from Dallas, the soccer player. I mean, my goodness, he was phenomenal. Now, the guy who made the most field goals last year was Brandon Aubrey from Dallas. The guy who made the longest field goal last year was Matt Prater. But there were 5 60-yard field goals last year. Aubrey had one of them. When it comes to percentage, you had Nick Folk, Jaime Fairbairn, and Aubrey all in the 96s and 94s. And then when it came to 50-plus, kicks of 50 or more, Brandon Aubrey was 10 of 10. I think it's him. But here's the thing. He might have the best boot, but would you rather have Aubrey? Would you rather have Harrison Butker? Would you rather have Justin Tucker? If you're in the playoffs and you need that kick. Now, the numbers say you take Brandon Aubrey. He's a stud. But you got to do it in the playoffs, man. And that's not his fault. That being said, I'm taking Aubrey, but I wouldn't be mad with Butker or, I don't want Butker. I wouldn't be mad with Justin Tucker. We'll take a break. When we come back. All right, this is a college football conversation, but not really, if you get my drift. I mean, it kind of is. You're not going to believe what Tennessee is doing to figure out how to pay. This is a headline definitely from 2024. What the Tennessee Volunteers are doing to raise money to pay their players. It's so stupid. And we'll explain next.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SackdownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Curran in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Waking up to cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 50s this morning, but slight chances for rain showers this afternoon with highs topping out in the mid-70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA app.
Forgotten, we hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get $2,000 cash back on any 2024 Tundra, or get a great lease on a new 2024 Tacoma 4x4. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Ends 9/30/24.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcasts? Good news. Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things Uninterrupted at Amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to Amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
John Party.
That's why they call me Mr. Saturday.
Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
John Party.
Last night only.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Doing a favor for a friend tomorrow. And I'm shuttling some people around for a thing. And the car I'm getting until Sunday to do this in, because mine's too small, is a Lucid Air Grand Touring 2024. And I was looking this thing up yesterday. 0 to 60, 2.8, and it's a sedan. I'm going to, and the kids don't know anything about it. So I'm going to pick them up in it today. And then I'm just going to wait until we're in a very safe spot. I'm just going to take off from whatever it is, stoplight, something. I won't get to 60. I'll get to like 30 though and just freak them out. I'm going to try to film it. I'll make sure everyone's buckled and we're safe. Everyone relax.
That will play good in court.
Let's talk about the Tennessee Volunteers.
Is this you, sir, on your radio program saying that you're going to be going well over 30 miles per hour?
Just kidding. Not doing it. I am excited to check this car out, though. Let's talk about the Tennessee Volunteers. Why are we talking about the Tennessee Volunteers? If you're not into college football, don't worry. This isn't one of those. But in what is believed to be the first arrangement like this, Tennessee fans for all Tennessee sports, University of Tennessee sports, are now going to be charged a 10% talent fee on tickets. And that's to help pay athletes as part of the new revenue sharing plan set to begin in 2025. The university shared the news with football season ticket holders via email yesterday, which included an impassioned 4-minute video of AD Danny White. I wonder if that's the Cowboys' Danny White, telling fans the talent fee and other strategies were part of an extensive plan to continue our dominance in college athletics and build something like never seen before. By the way, in addition to the 10% increase on all ticket invoices, season tickets, and single game purchases, Tennessee is also adding an average increase of 4.5% on all football tickets. So that is 14.5% on all football tickets. Well, you got to look deeper because NIL is a real thing. Tennessee wants to compete, and maybe the bottom line is the football program is suffering. It costs a lot of money to handle a football program. And if the football program is breaking even or even worse in debt, well, they got to find money somewhere. You can only do so much with sponsorships and this and that, whatever. So when you look at the most recent financial data available, which would be last year, they had $59.1 million in expenses alone, just for football. $60 million. They made $135 million. They had a profit of $75 million last year.
Thought nonprofits couldn't profit.
No. Stupid. The stadium holds 70,500 people. There is a waiting list of 15,000. They have sold out 2 straight years. They lead the SEC in total home attendance, or led it last year. They have a streak of 15 consecutive sellouts at Neyland Stadium. The cheapest season ticket for home football games next year, including taxes, the required contribution, and talent fee, will cost $453.75 in the family section, which is in the upper deck. By the way, student ticket prices doubled this season from $10 to $20 a game and will go up to $25 a game in 2025. The athletic department, by the way, beyond, so remember the football team made $70+ million. The athletic department has what's called the Tennessee Fund. Last year, they raised $139.7 million. They made a $75 million profit. They raised $140 million last year. And student tickets have gone from $10 to $25 in 2 years. This is nothing. Look, I get paying players. I'm not a big fan of 18, 19, 20. I'm not a fan of anybody working and not getting paid. Well, they get paid for their education. Well, they're not going there for an education. Not the stars. They're going there. They as Cardell Jones once said, I didn't come here to play school.
If they were breaking even and they were getting $100,000 tuition, I might be like, you know what? You're getting an education, and it's not like they're making any money off of this.
It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. And you know what else? Other schools are looking at this and they're like, oh.
And it's easy for them to say, because they're going to say like, hey, we're not raising prices. We didn't have any plans to raise prices, but since we have to pay players now, they're the ones that are getting the money, and we're sorry, but that's how we're going to have to make ends meet. Get out of here.
I mean, just how how is that? We talk about fan unions and this and that, whatever. How is that okay? How is that okay? I'm not stuck in the whatever. I'm not that guy. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, student athletes. I get it. Look, here's the bottom line. The market will support what the market supports. If you raise ticket, they've sold out the last 2 years. If you raise season ticket prices to God knows whatever, and they still sell out, more power to them. People are paying for it. They're paying for it. Good. Fine. But in the meantime, you have these coaches getting $60 million buyouts. These prices are going through the roof. Alumni is funneling all kinds of cash under the table. College sports really are the Wild West. What pisses me off is the kids, the students going to the school. Take some of the profits from the sports programs, and I understand they're used to support other sports programs. I'd actually rather it go to, I don't know, lowering tuition. But I'm just a communist, I guess, that way. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, Dave. My grandson goes to University of Tennessee. You cannot go anywhere in Knoxville and swing a dead cat and not hit anything orange. Every single store has got University of Tennessee merchandise. What about the royalties from all that? On top of the sellouts of that stadium holds, 100,000 people?
I think it's 80,000. Yeah, it is.
80,000. It's amazing. And, hey, thanks again for the grassroots and the motorhome you did for the Sacramento Kings. That was an awesome trek. You don't get enough credit for that, my friend.
Mike, I appreciate that, and I've gotten more credit than a lot of other people deserve more credit. But that's very nice of you. Let me ask you this. Can I ask you about what you guys are paying in tuition per year? I'm assuming this is an out-of-state tuition.
My stepdaughter is deployed over in Abu Dhabi right now. And that's her first son that's going to – he is on a gifted student scholarship.
Gotcha. Okay,
so
good.
He is not in the athletic department whatsoever. He has got the brains. So, I told him – but anyways, hey, what happened to the motorhome you guys did that grassroots in?
I'll answer that off the air. Thank you, Mike. And here's to your stepdaughter being safe and returning home, absolutely safe. And thanks so much to her for her service. I've told the story before. We don't have time for the whole story. It's really not a great story. The motorhome, the Kings had the opportunity to buy the motorhome. They passed. It had 77 miles when we started with it. They had the opportunity to buy the motorhome for pretty cheap. Let's just say that. It was definitely below market value. Happy Days RV really took care of us. And they declined. So the motorhome, the wrapping and the signatures and everything was taken off very unceremoniously. It was all fixed back up and I think sold to a nice family in Davis or something like that. It's somebody is driving the RV around right now. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if they know. The worst part is 2 months later, the Kings bought an RV. Which I believe they still use. I don't know why they didn't buy that one, but yeah, it's not a great story. Like, it's not a terrible story. Kings didn't have to buy it. Would have been nice. Would have been kind of cool, but no, they that's what ended up with the RV. And you know what? Since then, I have been in how many RVs have I been in? 1, 2, 3, none. I don't think I'm ever going to be in an RV. I got a month in an RV, dude. I'm good. I am good for life. We'll take a break. When we come back, here's some audio we'll get to on DeMar DeRozan. How he thinks he's going to fit in, how he wants to fit in with the Sacramento Kings. We'll give that a little bit of a conversation. We'll do that next.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to SacLegalDefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
Silverado savings spectacular now at Maida Chevy with $13,000 off MSRP. Every new Silverado half-ton LTZ in stock after rebates. $12,500 off every Silverado half-ton high country after rebate. And $11,000 off all new Silverado half-ton RSTs exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Whatever Silverado you choose, you'll save thousands at Maida Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025. Live in Sacramento. Golden One Center. Saturday, March 1st. With special guests, the Mars Volta and Fleshwater. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit Deftones.com.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable. but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered FlexSteel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
High voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown featuring the undefeated 12th ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones, plus Alan Sanchez versus Sal Briseno, and 8 more exciting undercard fights with Maribel Guerrero, Blake McKernan, Gabriel Garcia, Anthony Hernandez, Ruben Torres, Alexander Espinoza, and more. Don't miss the Thunder Showdown September 21st at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Quick card subject to change.
Place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Sorry, guys. I am trying to figure out if this is real.
He's not going on Hot Tunes podcast.
Yeah, by the way, I saw who tweeted that. What's wrong with you?
I know. As soon I'm like, okay, I saw it somewhere, and then when I saw it, I'm like, ugh!
Is this right? Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Is it the
It's the announcement.
Woj?
Yeah, breaking news. Would you please? What? This is weird.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
From the Twitter account of Adrian Wojnarowski, NBA reporter. I'm just going to read the statement. I grew up the son of a factory worker 2 miles from ESPN's campus and only ever dreamed of making a living as a sports writer. 37 years ago, the Hartford Courant gave me my first byline, and I never stopped chasing the thrill of it all. This craft transformed my life, but I've decided to retire from ESPN and the news industry. I understand the commitment required in my role, and it's an investment I am no longer driven to make. Time isn't an endless supply, and I want to spend mine in ways that are more personally meaningful. I leave with overwhelming gratitude for countless mentors and colleagues, subjects and stories, readers and viewers. No one has benefited more than me from the belief, trust, and generosity of others. The past 7 years at ESPN have been a particular privilege. I'm appreciative of the company's leadership, especially Jimmy Pitaro and Christina Douglas, for the understanding and acceptance of my decision to make a life change. After all these years reporting on everyone's teams, I'm headed back to my own. That is Adrian Wojnarowski announcing his retirement just before the NBA season. A Woj bomb on Woj.
Did you see Adam Schefter?
I think he just said, what did he say? Like, what a career?
Oh, what's next? Like, I don't get what this is. He said,
what a statement. What a career legend.
Adrian Wojnarowski has agreed to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure. He told ESPN the role includes name, image, and likeness allocation, recruiting, and supporting successful Bonnie's.
Why does this feel like a joke?
I know.
Like, but it's Schefter.
This would be like on draft night, and it's a fake Woj tweeting that out.
What? That's insane. I mean, and by the way, I don't look. If it's all real and that's what he wants to do, and God bless him. Good for that. Good for him. Wow. I guess the first question I have, Chris, does this mean Shams won?
I think so.
I think so. Wow. Right before the season starts. Somebody on the YouTube chat pointed out that's a very good comment. Very small font, huh, Dave? Yes, it was. About 10 years from now, I wouldn't be able to read that statement. Interesting. With breaking news, it hits us the same time it hits you. So look, in the big scheme of things, a reporter retired. Okay, whatever. I don't want to get too crazy lapping up Adrian Wojnarowski, but let's just be honest. He kind of helped revolutionize the way, whether you are into it or not into it, the way reporting happens in the NBA. And it kind of spread. Guys like Schefter, Woj, Shams, who was kind of Woj's, Padawan. Who would it be? Jeff Passan, maybe? Buster Olney? Ken Rosenthal in baseball. That's an interesting, and I get, by the way, what he's saying. Look, dude, being a Woj, being a Shams, that is a lot of work,
especially with stuff with. I guess you don't really do it all that much, but for me, when I go on vacation, I like to just put my phone somewhere for a while.
Not them.
Never.
The networking that you have to do. It's not just, and I got a little bit of a peek at this last summer. It's not just, having relationships with agents and general managers and players. It's cultivating those relationships. So I had mentioned this before on the air, but last summer, one of my best friends got married, who happens to be the manager for DeMarcus Cousins. And so DeMarcus was there, I was there, a bunch of other people were there, and Shams Charania was there. And just in talking to Shams, and I'm not trying to say that Shams doesn't have a legit friendship with DeMarcus. What I'm saying is that that's one of, I'm sure, they're constantly going to different events. You have to be friends with everybody. You have to have conversations with all your sources on a regular basis so they don't think you're just using them. It is you are a social butterfly because that is your bread and butter. That is your currency, and how you get these scoops, how you get these relationships, and how other people don't get the scoops. Because, hey, this guy was at my wedding. I'm going to talk to him first. It's just, who takes the mantle? Well, the obvious, the guy having the best day today is Shams Charania. Like MC is asking in the YouTube chat, well, who's the new Woj? Well, Shams is the new Woj. The question is, who's the new Shams? That's the question. We'll have Sam on about this. Sam's not due to start for a couple weeks, but we're going to have to talk to Sam. I'll tell you right now, for those of you, I've already seen a couple people saying, oh, Sam. No, Sam, but Sam doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, it's like people think that sports writer, it's all the same job, and it's very, very different.
It is incredibly different. It is a whole different world. It is truly apples and oranges. It's almost like the difference between being a player and being a reporter. These guys are about as close to players as they can be. They just aren't on the court. But they're in the locker rooms. They're at the weddings. They're at the bar mitzvahs. They're at the parties, the clubs, the this and that and whatever. Oh, we'll have Mark Jones on soon. Mark will tell you, he calls it working the club all the time. He's on the sidelines before and after games. Yeah, you ever watch, you all will know this, Kings fans, where you're watching a Kings game, and Mark and Katie, it's the second quarter, 3.5 left. And the Kings are playing the Orlando Magic. And, during a slowdown in the action, Mark will say something like, I was playing Call of Duty with Franz Wagner last year at a tournament in Belgrade. And afterwards went and worked out with Doc Rivers and his son Austin. And we were talking about Nikola Jokic. And I was recalling how I actually was racing one of the horses Nikola owns, because I'm also into horse racing. And I'm joking, but Mark will come up with the most random encounters. But what he'll say is he'll be like, and I'll tell you, Joker told me that his knee had been bothering him last year. And he worked out with Franz Wagner, who showed him this thing, and they got these blood platelets done. And Franz Wagner's increase in 2 years in scoring has been through the roof because his knee's better. So what Mark does, like a lot of these guys do, but Mark's really good at it, is, hey, here's all these rando encounters. I was working out at on South Beach in Miami with DeMar DeRozan. And in the process, you get all this backstory that you then incorporate into your announcing. That's not the same as Fred Smith, the play-by-play guy for the Memphis Grizzlies. It's Eric Hasseltine, but I'm using an example, who just does his job and that's it. Now, Woj, that's crazy, man. Good for him. So he's now going to be the GM at St. Bonaventure. By the way, is that not his alma mater? I know we got a break here. Let me just check that real quick.
We got a break because it's halfway through the week.
We will take a break right now. Yes, St. Bonaventure is in fact his alma mater. When we come back, let's see. I wanted to get to the DeMar DeRozan thing. Let's see.
Open for the halfway.
Yeah, we got something special for you guys. We're at the halfway point of the week. Chris has been working on this, so stay tuned. You're going to want to hear our open. It's pretty damn cool next.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
When it comes to fighting for families and protecting kids, no one works harder than our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover. A member of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, Hoover has worked across party lines and proposed tougher penalties for fentanyl crimes, stricter sentences for drug trafficking near schools, and RILA's law to make sure anyone who abuses a child is held accountable. A former school board member, Josh has fought to support school police officers, prohibit homeless encampments near schools, and increase funding for school facilities. Josh Hoover knows that families have been paying more for everything from gas and groceries to utilities and insurance. In the assembly, Josh is working to provide relief to families, reduce the cost of housing, and stop Gavin Newsom from raising gas prices even more next year. Josh Hoover is making a difference for our families, our community, and our future. Our voice, our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover.
Paid for by Hoover for Assembly 2024.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, opportunity is a big part of September baseball, and in the case of the A's lefty Brady Basso, it's been a bit of a twisting path. When he took the mound for the Athletics against the White Sox on Friday the 13th, he was beginning his 5th stint with the ball club this year. He went out and fired 5 1/3 innings of shutout baseball that night to earn his first major league win.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Sean Party.
That's why they call me Mr. Saturday.
Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
I got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
Sean Party.
Last night only.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the week. Your week! So right now, I need every single listener on their feet. Callers, texters, YouTubers. Make some noise for Sacramento's favorite sports morning show. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, and the man behind the glass, Chris Verlon.
Let's go. Every Wednesday, 8 a.m., you're halfway through. That's what you'll hear. Scott Fresh. Just such a handsome young man, that lovely beard, who gets you pumped up every fourth quarter during Kings games. Thank you so much. Chris, from what I understand, sources say Fresh came in and just absolutely nailed it.
Just killed it.
Just
One take.
killed it.
In and out in like 20 seconds.
You know what? One of my favorite parts of, if not my favorite part of that whole thing, is I like you getting a little bit of shine. I like that. I like that at the end. Because it is the titles. I don't come up with the title of the show. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. They could call it the Morning Beaver. I don't know. Why did I say Morning Beaver? But you're every bit a part of the show, as much a part of the show as Jason and I. So I like seeing the shine. By the way, how is the champ doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. Great answer.
It's been out of commission for a while. There has been talk to see if he's around anymore.
Leezy wants to know, what if Nate Littlefield is in? No love for Nate? You want us to do a separate one? The man behind the glass, Chris Verlon, and sometimes, occasionally, twice a year, Nate.
Nate is the middays producer.
Right. No love for Nate? Nate gets plenty of love on this show. By the way, am I able to say what's happening Friday morning or no? Is that not official yet? You asked me.
Oh, it's not official yet.
Okay. Because you're out Friday. Was that official?
Correct.
Okay.
That is official.
So we'll have a guest Chris on coming up Friday. Thank you.
I'm going to be the new general manager of
it's Christian Brothers.
Sacramento Lutheran High School, which no longer exists.
We are still kind of, I wouldn't say reeling is not the right word, but soaking in the news that Adrian Wojnarowski is. I mean, just you can't make this up. Adrian Wojnarowski is stepping away from his job.
Like, he's the type of guy with a career you would expect, like, hey, I just want to let everyone know this is going to be my last season covering the NBA. And we're getting like, and then at the end of the season, ESPN just like, oh, what a job. That's what like I would think would have happened. But this was boom.
Well, I can tell you this. Remember we were talking about Tua earlier and the things that, people not stepping away for this, for that, for whatever. Well, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. His new deal with ESPN was reportedly upwards of $10 million a year. So Woj is going to be fine. Woj ain't going to be. We're not going to see him on a street corner anytime soon. I can promise you that. All right, let me.
He might be trying to get those NIL deals.
That's a great point. It's a great point. I want to get to this DeMar DeRozan stuff because we're a little behind here. Woj screwed us up there. Here's a comment he was on. I don't know what this was. I probably have it somewhere, but I think Woj has been on. This is Hoops Hype. I think DeMar DeRozan has been on every single podcast or TV show but ours so far, or at least I'm not even like totally lying here. And then, by the way, this isn't a shot at the Kings. They've been wonderful. This is it's DeMar's traveling around, but I know he's been in Toronto. I'm just seeing him pop up. I understand he's going on like First Take in ESPN. This is no disrespect to Hoops Hype at all. It's just like, guys, I'm gonna be really pissed if he shows up on, no offense, but shows up with Sean or somebody else. Like, get on here. Let's go. Want to talk about? I read the book. Almost. Let's talk about it. Here's DeMar on fitting in with the Kings.
Trade, getting out the set. Yeah. So the Kings have not many times in their history ever gotten. I haven't done my research on this. I don't know if the Kings have ever signed a free agent near quality before, where they got one of the top free agents on the market. To the outside, it was a bit surprising because it doesn't look like a perfect fit. It doesn't make sense. They're like, wait a minute, we the Sacramento Kings can get DeMar DeRozan. Let's get DeMar DeRozan. From the outside, with what they've got, all the offensive players they've got, and you've played different roles in your career, but how do you see yourself fitting in there with De'Aaron Fox, with Domantas Sabonis, with Keegan Murray? Like, how do you see that fitting?
And was great about that. Even a couple of weeks ago, Sabonis.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why this is sped up, but it is. Is it just me, or does that sound sped up?
How long is a clip? Is it 2 minutes and 20 seconds? I think they're trying to get it with under the.
Really?
Yeah.
Just cut the damn clip. What are you doing? Okay, well, let's listen to the Chipmunks version of DeMar DeRozan talking about fitting in. Let me get back here. Hold on. This is great radio. Here we go. Here's DeMar.
And was great about that. Even a couple of weeks ago, Sabonis, he wanted to come out to LA, work out with me. We spent a whole week together just working out.
By the way, it's minute 52. So yeah, it was like 2:20 and they sped it up. Don't do that.
Guys, embrace me. Guys, ask questions. It's so much that people haven't even got a chance to see of us trying to already build that chemistry and understand that, everybody there want to win. Everybody. So from my standpoint, like you said, I've played in different roles. And that's the easy part for me at this stage of my career. It's just more so I just want to be able to be a part of something that want to win. And when you want to win, everything else take care of yourself. And those guys want to win. The coach want to win. You got a great coach in Mike Brown who want to win. That's going to push it. So to me, it's I see it fitting in just fine.
Who was the lead recruiter? Who was the guy or guys trying to really get you hard there?
Man, all those guys have reached out. The crazy thing, like I remember one morning I had to text him, Malik, De'Aaron. Obviously, I've known Trey Lyles for years. Played with him in San Antonio. Sabonis, Leandro Barbosa reached out. He was my vet when my second, third year in the league. So he was blowing my phone up nonstop. So everybody, it was kind of like a collective effort that made me feel overly wanted.
Yeah, because this commercial, for this Netflix show where Sabonis is like doing group text with LeBron and Jimmy Butler. I'm not so sure I buy Sabonis on the group text, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is the leader of the group text. I'm not sure about that, but that should be an interesting fit. You playing pick and roll basketball with him.
Looking forward to it, man. I'm excited. I'm telling you, we worked out Monday through Friday every day, and just the dialogue, the work we put in. You would think we played together for 2 years after just a week of working out.
Okay.
Hey, just to let you guys know, I only got like 15 minutes. All right, Tamar, we're going to have to do this as quick as possible.
I mean, the problem is and again, no offense to, I don't know who did the interview. He seems like it's Brian Windhorst. Brian, just don't ask a minute-long question, says the guy that asked minute-long questions. And then, if you're going to ask the minute-long question, just cut your part out and have the DeMar part in and just put in the thing DeMar DeRozan talking about fitting in. Let's go. That's where he's doing his interviews. Come on. Get on the show. Can't wait to have DeMar on. That's going to be he's going to be a fun conversation to have. All right, let's get to some NFL power rankings. No Jason Ross. He'll be back tomorrow. He's at the league meetings in New York, where I'm sure everyone's buzzing about Woj. Now, the rules...
It would be great is okay, this part, everyone needs their phones off and nobody can have them on, and we're going to go over this. And then once this is over, everyone can turn their phone back on.
The whole Woj thing?
Yeah.
Yes. I still think Shams scooping them would have been the best. Now, the rules are for the power rankings. This is as if this has nothing to do with reputation. So, in other words, Chiefs didn't win the Super Bowl last year. This is based on what we've seen so far this season, power rankings. That's it. Okay? Keep that in mind, please. That being said, then, the number one team in the NFL. Well, let's start with the bottom five. I'm sorry. We'll go 5-1. Okay. The fifth worst team in the NFL, the Cincinnati Bengals. They lost at home to the Patriots, then followed that up with a very close loss to the Chiefs. That's why they're only the fifth worst. Whereas the Baltimore Ravens, kind of in reverse. They lost to both the Raiders at home and then the Chiefs on the road. So kind of a mismatch. You could separate those two teams. The third worst team in the NFL, the New York Football Giants, who do I need to explain that? The second worst team, the Denver Broncos, who just look completely hapless. And the worst team, which we thought going in, and they've done nothing to disappoint. They just benched their quarterback, and the Raiders get him this week. The Carolina Panthers. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Your top five, again, no reputations. So, for example, 49ers aren't in the top five. They have a loss. It's going to be all 2-0 teams. That's how we play it here. The fifth best team in the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs. So they're 2-0, but they also have two very, very narrow home wins. Still top five, just, Number four, the 2-0 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They beat the Commanders by 17, went into Detroit and beat them, the defending NFC champions, which kind of breaks the rule because nobody has a reputation. But again, put that at number four. Number three, the Minnesota Vikings, looking fantastic, beating the Giants 28-6, then beating the 49ers 23-17 on the road in New York, at home for the Niners. The number two team in the NFL, according to the just this year power rankings, the Buffalo Bills, getting that win against the Cardinals and then destroying the Miami Dolphins 31-10 in Florida. And the number one team in the reputation does not matter power rankings, a team that has outscored their opponents, get this, 101-29, including a 44-19 drubbing of the Cowboys in Dallas last week, the New Orleans flipping Saints. 4-down territory coming up at 8:28. Niners at 9 with Emil Fragoso at, 9 a.m. But coming up next, a quick story of Mcovey Cove Dave, not to be confused with Carmichael Dave. Is this guy just a super fan who is opportunistic? Or is he a doofus? We'll get into that next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcasts ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Carmichael Dave.
He's got very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
So the other night, Elliot Ramos became the first right-handed player to hit a splash hit at Pac Bell, Oracle Park Field, whatever.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. And anyone who's ever watched Giants games, if you watch long enough, you see a dude in a skull cap and an orange shirt with his name emblazoned around the top. This guy looks like he's in his early 60s, maybe late 50s, in a kayak. And he's always paddling over to the balls when they splash hit, and he picks them up with a net. Mcovey Cove Dave, if you will. So Ramos hits this home run. Mcovey Cove guy nets it. He even had a pre-made sign. Now think about this. There hasn't been a right-handed splash hit in 25 years. He has a pre-made sign that says first ever right-handed splash while he's holding up the ball. Now, Dave has been a presence in his kayak for about 20 years, and he's, according to this story I'm reading, he's been anticipating the first right-handed homer in the Cove for just as long, thus the pre-made sign. He said, of all the home runs I have, this is one of the ones that is most special to me. So he wasn't even supposed to be there Sunday when it was hit, as he tends not to come to games if a left-handed pitcher is starting for the opponent.
Ugh.
I think I know why you said that, but why did you say that?
I just want to be there because
for the home runs.
Yeah.
That's why he's there. He ended up there as part of an auction item he donated to a local school, the opportunity to go out into the water with Mcovey Cove Dave. And the auction winner's preferred day was Sunday, between you and my dad. Now, hey, look, he auctioned something off for a charity, whatever. Somebody bought it. Okay, fine.
Oh, yeah, I did offer our services to a charity. I probably should have told you guys. I don't think that they took it, though. But
wait, you offered our services?
Yeah. I said, like, hey, we could tell someone that they could come in for a show.
What, and just observe?
Yeah.
Anything else? Like, meeting, talking, whatever?
No, just come in and watch.
What can we say what the charity is?
It's for a school. It's my friend's kid's school. And once again, I'm pretty sure that she's like, I think we're good.
Okay. I don't know which is worse, that you offered that up without talking to us, which is, I guess, is fine, or when you offered that up, the person was like, nah, we're good.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of an ego kick.
Because you're like a little upset that I would just do that without telling you guys.
But then I'm kind of more upset that they didn't. Yeah, exactly. It's like you didn't want to be invited to the party, and then they're like, yeah, we weren't going to invite you. You're like, well, why wasn't I invited? Anyways. So Mcovey Cove Dave has said, though, that he is keeping Elliot Ramos's historic ball. Teams will often reach out to him on behalf of players who want to get their home run balls back. He said that the Giants haven't reached out about this one yet, but he compared the idea of a request to return Ramos's ball to being asked to give up a month's salary. Not only has he not spoken to the Giants over this ball, but he said he hasn't discussed a homer with the team in over a decade. The last time the Giants reached out to Edlund to get a ball back, that's his last name, Mcovey Cove Dave Edlund. The last time they reached out was May 2014 for Tyler Colvin's lone splash hit. Edlund claimed the team offered him a bat and a ball. When Edlund responded that he didn't need either one but would like an Orange Friday jersey instead, the team declined. And there's basically been no interaction since. He did say he'd entertain loaning the ball to the Giants or baseball's Hall of Fame in Cooperstown to display, but long-term he's keeping it. Just last month, there was similar drama when he elected to keep a grand slam ball hit by Braves player Michael Harris August 14th. The Braves reportedly requested the ball on behalf of Harris, given that it was his first ever grand slam, but he refused to hand it over. Instead, requesting that the Braves work with the Giants to somehow get him discounted parking in the lot at Piers 30 and 32, where many Giants employees park. That request was turned down by both teams. Longtime beat writer Andrew Baggerly bashed Edlund on social media, calling him, quote, a grifter and an attention seeker. And here's where he did himself some favors, though, when you hear him actually talk, Chris. I think you're going to turn your feelings about him, I think, might turn around.
He's going to have to do a lot here.
Okay, I've got confidence in it. In speaking to the paper, he did admit that he does enjoy the attention and celebrity status he's developed within the Giants fan community, thus putting his name on his hoodie. Quote, I do enjoy it, but I've kind of earned it. How many times do those writers respond to every Giants comment like I do? The reason why I'm so loved is because I'm very accessible. The fans know me personally. I've invested in them. I know them on a first-name basis. I do enjoy being well-known and getting a lot of love. I used to wear a Dave button when I was like 4 years old, so definitely I love being recognized, but I feel like I've earned it. Well, how could you feel a certain way about a guy like that?
With all of his accomplishments.
Here's the thing. I went into this story 100% on his side. I did. I've been to games in San Francisco before. You have too. It's cold, and you're on the water in a kayak. Think about that. First off, I cannot imagine. You can't even see the game. You can hear the crowd. You're in a kayak with seagulls crapping on you, wind blowing gustily from God knows what direction off the bay, and it's freezing, and you're in water. I mean, not in the water, but you get my point. And all of that for the opportunity that may or may not come to paddle quickly over and grab a ball out of the water, which may not happen for weeks. And he's been to God knows how many of these games. Yeah, that's called working for it. Like, he's earned it. I'm all for it. But then he talked. It sounds like a goofus. Like, by the way, the Giants probably should have given him a whatever Orange Friday jersey. Like, what are you doing?
I think it's more of like you know what? I'm sick of dealing with this
Screw
person.
this guy.
Like, if we offered him this, if he doesn't want it, we're not. No one talked to him anymore. Because remember, he went to the Braves to ask them to get him parking.
Yeah, I'll give you the ball, but I need you to talk to the Giants. I'd like some discounted. I want to. And basically, what he's saying is, I want to park in the employee section.
Yeah.
there is a Mcovey Cove Dave in every fan base. There is a very big difference.
I don't think he's as bad as that guy that goes to all the games trying to get as many balls.
Zach
as
Campbell.
possible. And he's like, oh, well, I give them away too. And it's just like, you want this to be about yourself.
Yes. That's Zach Campbell knocking over kids. So there are Mcovey Cove Daves that are like, hi, look at me. Here's my name on the thing. And hi, yes, I'll take a picture with you. And yeah, I'm the guy that nets the balls. And I mean, the fact that he wore a pin with his name on it when he was 4, yee. Okay. Then there's Sign Lady. Sign Lady is a great example. Sign Lady just makes her signs, goes to the games. They're season ticket holders, holds up her signs. That's it. Now, Sign Lady's been recognized. Sign Lady's been honored. The guy she's with, he's okay too.
And Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame. By the way, are there any other? Did that go away?
I don't know.
Remember that was a big thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, like I think teams should do that. I think each team should have their own fan ring of honor or something. That'd be cool. But you have like Sign Lady in there. Your boy Grant with the big red beard that sits. That always say, yeah, he'd be in there. Puke guy.
See, if Dave threw up on the court, he'd be all over it.
He'd be all over it. So just you look at the juxtaposition between a Sign Lady and a Mcovey Cove Dave, and you see the difference. I was all for it. That truly is. I mean, obviously he enjoys it. I don't want to call it work, but I wouldn't want to go out into Mcovey Cove for a night just to watch one game, much less every frickin' night. Anyways, by the way, shout out to
wasn't there some other thing he said that Ramos has to like earn it as a Giant, and like he needs to be here for 10 years, and like if it was Hunter Pence, I would have given it to him, but Ramos needs to
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
that must have been a different. I'll bet you Mcovey Cove Dave. Should we bring Mcovey Cove Dave on, because I'll bet you he doesn't turn down media.
Oh no, yeah, he'll be all over that.
By the way, I want to give a special shout out to former Sacktown Sports employee Jody Bacon, who just texted me making sure that I saw that Woj retired. Thanks, Jody.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
Thank you, Jody Bacon. Yes, Woj has stepped away from ESPN to become the GM of the St. Bonaventure Bonnies. I mean, we talked about it an hour ago at length, but also coming up at 9, the Beatles broke up. Winston Churchill has passed.
And where will Cowie Leonard play?
We'll take a break when we come back. So just to finish this out, though, by the way, are we agreed Mcovey Cove Dave goofus?
Yes.
Okay. Far down territory. Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, Justin Herbert, Justin Fields. It's Justin's, it's Juwan's, it's Brandon's, and Brock's coming up next.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry. You never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael. I want to close your eyes for this. Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Are you looking for a new van for your business? Maybe you want to go out on a camping trip or even haul your kids and their teammates to their sporting events. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has the Sprinter van just for you. It's fully customizable, and plus it has that Mercedes star right on the front, so you know it has the premium quality that Mercedes sedans and SUVs are known for. Give the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van a test drive at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or go online at mbofstockton.com.
Sean Party.
That's why they call me Mr. Saturday.
Mr. Saturday Night Tour.
He was a
Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
I got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
Sean Party.
Last time lonely.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
I texted Jody back. I said, "Hey, Joe, thank you. I hadn't seen this." She goes, "Woj dropping another bomb." Tells me she's not listening to the show. Thanks, Jody. For those of you who know and remember Jody Bacon, she's doing quite well. Still a very close friend. Always there, still producing. Coming up tomorrow, she'll let us know that we gave away John Party tickets today as he returns to the Shoreline Amphitheater September 27th. And we want to get you in the building. All you have to do is hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline at the end of the segment. We'll let you know the caller number and the phone number, which you should already know. In the meantime, though, let's get to it. Hit the music. It's 4 Down Territory with the man behind the glass, Chris Verlon.
Brock Purdy leads the NFL in yards passing. How important is this, the next 3-game stretch for him?
I mean, look, the media is certainly saying so, and I'm not going to stand in front of Brock here. I hate the stupid narrative about how he's a system quarterback, because all good quarterbacks are really system quarterbacks who have weapons, but this is his chance. Let's be honest. Brock Purdy may very well be a second-tier quarterback, and that's still an amazing story, but if you want to be Aaron Rodgers, if you want to be Patrick Mahomes, if you want to be Josh Allen, you're going to have to work with the tools you got. Look at how many receivers Mahomes has gone through. And then with Aaron Rodgers, he's making it work with Marquez Valdez-Scantling 1 year. And, I keep thinking of Devontae Adams. He was actually really good. But he had several different receivers roll throughout his career. Same thing with Drew Brees. Same thing with Peyton Manning, although Manning actually, I take it away. Manning just had Marvin Harrison Jr. going right into Reggie Wayne and overlapping a little bit. You have to be able to make do with what you have. So these next handful of games for San Francisco, as we talked about before, no Debo, no Christian McCaffrey, but you still have Juwan Jennings. You still have Brandon Ayuk. You still have Jordan Mason. You still have George Kittle. Make it work. He's leading the league in passing yardage, which is weird considering that they haven't exactly been tearing the roof off offensively. But you're playing the Rams, the Patriots, and the Cardinals. It's time to shine. And if it turns out that they lose 2 of 3 or all 3 or whatever, and Brock's throwing 3 picks a game, then look, a lot of that noise is going to get a lot noisier. Not that it matters in the big scheme of things if they're winning games, but let's go. Second down, please.
We all know Brandon Ayuk needs to step up. But what about Juwan Jennings?
Yeah, I like Juwan Jennings. I've liked Juwan Jennings, and I also think Juwan Jennings could be, I think he's a wide receiver too, and I think there's probably some teams he could be a one on. Now, we're going to test that theory, but I've always felt like he's a lot better than he really gets the opportunity to, because let's be honest, he's not the wide receiver 3. He's really the wide receiver 5, because he's got Kittle and McCaffrey and Debo and, of course, Brandon Ayuk ahead of him. But I think he's good. He's 27 years old, I want to say. Yeah, he turned 27 in July. And there's a reason why he's known as Third and Juwan. He's clutch. Knock on wood, he's pretty damn reliable. Missed a couple games last year. And when it comes to bringing the ball down, I mean, last year he caught 19 of 33 targets, 35 of 56 the year before, 24 of 38 the year before that. He's giving you 400 yards a year. But remember, his rookie year, he had 24 catches and 5 touchdowns, averaged just under 12 per. In fact, his average per catch, 12.5 for his career. I think there's more there than meets the eye with Juwan Jennings. He's in the prime of his prime right now, and I'd really, really love to see him step up and have some phenomenal games here with Debo out. Third down, please.
Justin Fields is 2-0 with the Steelers. What does he need to do to change his narrative?
All right, so let's look a little bit deeper. So the Steelers started out with an 18-10 win in Atlanta, but Atlanta just went to Philadelphia and beat them. And then they went and they beat the Broncos 13-6. That was at Mile High. Now, the Broncos are terrible, but you're still playing at Mile High. Let's take a look at what Justin Fields is doing so far this year. In 2 games, he's 30 of 43. He's completing 70% of his passes. He's thrown for 273. That's not impressive. And a touchdown, no interceptions. He's rushed for 84 yards in 2 games, which is as expected. I mean, look, 42 yards a game rushing ain't bad. I think what Justin Fields is doing right now is he's doing exactly what he should be doing under a phenomenal coach in Mike Tomlin and the rest of that coaching staff. What you're seeing with Justin Fields is I think they're keeping him very insulated. Very insulated. They're giving him as much time as they can. They're not asking him to throw into triple coverage 30 yards down the field, and they're designing a playbook around him to kind of rebuild his confidence. And, oh, by the way, in the process, they're 2-0. Now, what do I need to see to change the narrative on Fields? I need to see not only him do this for a few games, but I'm going to need to see the Steelers down a few, and I want Justin Fields to pull them out. I want Justin Fields to complete a couple of 20, 30-yard passes across the middle. I want to see Justin Fields rush on 3rd and 12 for a couple of first downs. I want to see the team winning because of Justin Fields, not just because Justin Fields happened to be under center and didn't screw up. And this weekend, they've got the Chargers in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's favored by a point. Be a very interesting matchup going against Derwin James and Minka Fitzpatrick and the other Bosa, Joey Bosa and friends, who may have something to say about the resurgence of Justin Fields. Why did I say Minka Fitzpatrick, by the way? It'll be Joey Bosa, Denzel Perryman, Khalil Mack, Asante Samuel Jr., and Derwin James. Yeah, Minka's. I get it. 4th down, please.
Is Justin Herbert the forgotten quarterback in the AFC?
Hey, it's a battle of the Justins. Speaking of the Chargers, I was looking at that. When you talk about top quarterbacks in the AFC, you go everywhere from Mahomes to Josh Allen. Tua was in that conversation, still kind of is. Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, on and on and on. Justin Herbert's not really that talked about. And a big reason is because the Chargers just aren't relevant year after year after year. But when you look at Justin's numbers throughout his career, they're pretty dang impressive. I wouldn't say they're, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning impressive, but, he's throwing for 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 yards every year. He's fairly durable. He's thrown for 38 touchdowns before, 117 touchdowns against 43 picks. That's fine. That's not great. That's fine. But Justin Herbert, I think, is one of the best quarterbacks in the AFC. I think a lot to do with it is what's around him. I think if you put Justin Herbert on the Bills or the Dolphins or whomever, maybe not the Chiefs, but I think if he was in the NFC, I think he'd stand out a little bit more. So yeah, I do think he's kind of the forgotten quarterback in the AFC. Like Raider fan, I'm telling you right now, no offense to Gardner Minshew, but can you imagine having Justin Herbert under center this year? You guys would be 2-0 straight up. Straight up, you would be 2-0. I'm incredibly confident of that. We will take a break. Look, when we come back, we talked about the WNBA playoffs earlier, and what? I'm sorry. I got the old one. You're right. So do I move this to 9:13 then? Okay, so we're going to move that down. Thank you. We made a note before the show, and I hadn't marked that. All right, we'll get to the it's always good when dudes on sports radio say things like, I know what the WNBA needs, but I'm coming from a good place here. So wait for that at 9:13. Emil Fragoso will join us at 9. Niners at 9. I'll get through this, and we'll go streaking.
We're going to tell you what's hot,
yes,
what's not, and go streaking.
There you go. Thank you for the tease, Chris. In the meantime, I do want to talk to you about what's hot, and that's the weather next week. But it ain't going to be hot for long. Let American Energy make sure you are all ready to go for the fall. And you know what comes after fall, everybody? It's winter. This just in. American Energy will come out and they will inspect your system for just $49. It's regularly $119. That includes a full safety and duct inspection. And listen, if your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. It's free. Give them a call right now and take advantage of that. They're also offering $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace in general, how about half off? How about 50% off a new furnace? That's a lot of change, friends. 1981 is when they started serving the greater Sacramento area. A+, Better Business Bureau for a reason. 916-520-9990. It's 916-520-9990 or the aeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. We'll take caller number 5 right now at 1-800-920-1140 for John Party tickets. Shoreline Amphitheater, September 27th. Mr. Saturday Night World Tour, courtesy of Live Nation. 5th caller, 1-800-920-1140. We're back with Who's Hot and Who's Not next.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle?
Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Even in a broken Washington, one person delivers results. Our Congressman Kevin Kiley. Working across party lines, Kevin Kiley has helped pass bipartisan bills to lower prices for gas, groceries, and utilities, provide tax relief for the victims of recent wildfires and storms, and to protect Lake Tahoe today and for future generations. Kiley has secured millions of federal dollars to ease traffic on our roads, expand our water supply, and protect our homes and communities from wildfires. And because he believes public safety comes first, Kevin Kiley is working to crack down on repeat offenders, retail thieves, and fentanyl dealers who prey on our youth. Kevin Kiley is always ready to work across party lines to get things done, and never afraid to take on the establishment in Washington or Sacramento when that's what's needed to protect our quality of life. Delivering results. That's Kevin Kiley. Let's keep him working for us.
I'm Kevin Kiley, and I approve this message. Paid for by Kevin Kiley for Congress.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
You guys got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, bam, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you will take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out on this. So we talked to you earlier, and thanks to Jody for breaking the news. Talked about Adrian Wojnarowski stepping away to become the GM of the St. Bonaventure Bonnies, his alma mater. By the way, Shams Charania, reportedly his contract with the Athletic is up at the end of next year. That dude's getting paid. But Chris, hear me out on this. I was thinking about this weirdly during the break. You could make worse GM hires than Adrian Wojnarowski in the NBA, couldn't you? Hear me out. You're obviously going to have a Wes. Why am I forgetting Monty and Wes? Wes. Why am I saying Wes Welker? It's not the assistant GM for the Kings. Wes
Wilcox.
Thank you. You're obviously going to have a Wes Wilcox type, dang Dave, former Kings assistant GM Ken, the guy who did all the contracts. You're going to have a smart guy next to you that knows all the salary cap ins and outs and whatever. You're going to have a scouting team, a head of scouting that you wouldn't need to know but with Woj, I mean, so much of being an NBA GM is relationships with agents, with players. He has so many ingrained, built-in connections. And if you don't look any further, for example, than when the Knicks hired Leon Rose, who was an agent. And he, along with Worldwide West and the rest of that crew, have turned around the New York Knicks. They're one of the Eastern Conference favorites this year. They've completely turned that franchise around, despite having James Dolan as the owner. There's not much difference, really, between how an agent operates and how a guy like Woj at that level operates. I mean, there are obvious differences. I'm talking about the networking aspect of the whole thing. And we've seen Rob Pelinka, Leon Rose. We've seen plenty of agents turn GM. I'm just saying, I wonder if St. Bonaventure is his ultimate goal, or if he has bigger things in the future. By the way, the Kings, once upon a time, were talking to Kenny Smith reportedly about being the GM here. Like, come on. Anyway, I don't think that's a crazy idea. Who's hot?
Bobby Witt Jr.
Yes, he is.
Talked about him being a two-time 30-30 hitter at shortstop, first time ever. This season, he has 32 home runs, 30 stolen bases, 11 triples, multiple grand slams, and multiple 4-hit games. That is the second time in MLB history that a player had those type of statistics in a season. You know when the last time that happened was?
I do not.
2023. By?
Oh, I bet you it's somebody that looks like him.
Bobby Witt Jr.
It looks exactly like him.
So he's had quite the start of a career.
Yeah, dude, and he's 24 years old. I mean, we've seen careers start out and just, it's so fun to see when it begins. Like Albert Pujols, his first 10 years were insane. Mike Trout before he got injured every fifth day. It's fun to see a guy like Bobby, and I love the fact that he's doing it in Kansas City. I don't know why that just, I get it if he was a Dodger or a Yankee or a Giant or a Cub. There's something about doing it in the Midwest and Kansas City where baseball is still pure and they have barbecue and everyone camps out and does tailgatings, and they probably don't do any of that. But that's what I think of when I think of Kansas City Royal baseball, the steeped history, George Brett, Dan Quisenberry, Dick Hauser. Anyways, who's not though?
The Chicago White Sox.
They've been making quite the appearance on that.
With their 5-0 loss to the Angels yesterday, they have now reached 4th place in the most losses in MLB history. With 12 games to go, the White Sox would have to win 9 out of their next 12 games to avoid matching the most losses in MLB history, which is 120 by the 62 Mets.
They'd have to win 9 of 12?
They'd have to win 9 of 12.
How do you think that's going? I forget who wrote the article. Was it Buster Olney? Somebody wrote an article recently, I think for ESPN, where they spent a few days with the White Sox in their clubhouse. And one of the reporter's takeaways was he was just kind of surprised that the mood, the professionalism, like everybody's just kind of going around. They're just not good, but they're being pros and they're doing their best and all that stuff. And I wonder how that locker room, Grady Sizemore took over as manager there a few weeks ago. And you got... Is it one of the guys? 12 games left. You want to go down as history as the biggest losers? Let's figure it out. Let's be spoilers. We got to go 9-3. I think we can do it. 1, 2, 3, break. Or are they just like, where are you going, Cancun? Yeah, me too. Chicago White Sox, by the way, incidentally, their schedule, Chris, to end the year. Could they do it? They finish up against the. By the way, the White Sox have won 3 of 4, including 2 against Oakland. They have 1 more against the Angels, then they go to San Diego for 3, host the Angels for 3, and then they are at Detroit. And Detroit, I believe, is above 500 this year. Yeah, they're 79 and 73. Probably not going to happen.
I don't think so.
I'm rooting for it. Screw it. No, I'm not. Be losers. Jerry Reinsdorf deserves that. I believe one of us has a pretty decent streak going. Will it continue?
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking.
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking.
All right. Bring us up to date, Chris.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a pick from Jason, but he's got one hit streak, and he told me today that he is going to be going with Mason Wynn.
Mason Wynn, not Mason lose.
So I lost my streak yesterday.
Very excited.
Went with good old reliable Jackson Holiday.
Well, I know this. I know Blake Snell one hit the team. I truly don't know if Holiday got the hit or not because I didn't see the hit.
I believe it was 5 hits. They got shut out.
They got shut out. I'm sorry. Snell gave up one hit.
Well, the thing is, Holiday didn't start.
Oh God, the dreaded pinch hit.
He did pinch hit.
Oh, get my slow-mo ready.
But might surprise you because game was all over. He had nothing to lose. He went up there and
come on. Didn't surprise me. Oh no. We just sounds like somebody said a swear word. Oh, Holiday. Come on, baby.
0 for 1. Jackson Holiday.
Honestly, not saying I don't like that song better than the original, but I'm saying I do either. So
Dave,
yeah,
you picked Vladimir Guerrero.
Come on, Vladdy G Jr.
Yeah, 4 times.
What's my streak, by the way? Am I at like 7, 6?
You are at, let me just double check right here. Carry the 1. You are at a streak of 6.
6. Oh, because yeah, that's right, dude.
No. This is 7.
7. There we go. And your record.
Actually, you're at 6 because Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit it. Got a hit. Now you're at 7.
Kind
of spoiled it.
Well, that's fine, aren't we? And the record's what? 16.
Yes, set by by Jason. Was it you? No, it's Jason.
That was Jason, not
Jason
me.
Earlier.
Jason broke I think my streak was 11. It's getting serious now. Well, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I just realized something. Oh yeah, I can either tie or pass it as the season ends. Now the question is, are we going to take this into the playoffs? I can't remember what we did last year.
I think we did do playoffs. I'm trying to remember if it carried over.
Now's the question, because
this is the Jason Ross.
Yeah,
we did do it through the playoffs.
Because is there a possibility that I could tie his streak and then we have to wait till next year? Oh, I hope not. I don't want to wait all summer. That's like when Lost was on. I want to wait
exactly like that.
I want to wait all summer for the season premiere. We'll take a break when we come back.
What's your pick?
I'm sorry, my pick. I probably should do that. And since I just talked about, hitting 7, hitting that streak, I'm probably screwed. Give me a high ERA. Give me a good hitter. Give me Adley Rutschman. Adley Rutschman.
Hey, you know what? I'm not afraid. Jackson Holiday.
Are you going back to it? There you go. The Orioles going to break out today against the Giants. They were embarrassed at home yesterday. Camden Yards, the balls will be flying. We'll take a break. Emil Fragoso, he's not a snack. He's going to join us next. Niners at 9, right here in your home of the Niners, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, Go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks, or you can find them online, sacsuperstore.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
John Party. That's why they call me Mr. Saturday. Mr. Saturday Night Tour. Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests, Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Chad, what's happening for Jeep Adventure Days?
Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs, starting as low as $28,715. These are some of the most fun cars you'll ever drive, and there's just a handful left, so don't wait and miss your chance.
Any other big deals?
Save money and gas when you save up to $17,000 off MSRP on all remaining new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs, which get up to 56 MPGE.
Don't miss this savings. See their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period.
12,000 total net savings after 3420 factory rebates and 8580 dealer discount. Rebates may include 500 trade-in assistance. Must have qualifying trade-in. 17,000 total net savings after 4250 factory rebates and 12,750 dealer discount. Rebates include 3750 federal EV tax credit offered by third party, subject to change without notice. Consult a tax professional for eligibility. 5H net savings. See dealer for details.
The last 6 Sacramento Rivercats games of the 25th anniversary season are packed with promotions and theme nights. Join us for Hispanic Heritage Night on September 17th, the Rivercats Golfer Hat Giveaway on September 20th, our inaugural Harry Potter Night on September 21st, and cap off the homestand with Fan Appreciation Day for the final game of the season on Sunday, September 22nd. Make your way to the ballpark for a farewell to the Rivercats of 2024. Visit rivercats.com to purchase tickets today.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sit Down Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Coming up in the next segment, what I'd like to see in the WNBA, and maybe the funniest, if you know, highlight you're going to hear all day. Joining us right now, he's not a snack, he's a meal. Niners at 9 Wednesday means the one, the only, shoeless Emil Fragoso. Good morning, Emil.
Good morning, Dave. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm just mad that George Kittle gave the media shoes and you didn't get a pair. That I don't know why that's really bothering me.
Well, I only gave one member of the media shoes, and there was one that we didn't expect to get one. So I guess it makes sense.
Oh, I thought he gave like all of the media shoes.
I only saw one through my timeline. I might have missed it, but no, I did not receive shoes from George Kittle.
Because you're there all the time. I didn't even ask Matt Barrows if he got shoes. But, I mean, you're not planning on retiring out of the blue and going to be the GM of some college football team, are you?
No, I'm not. And that caught me by surprise. I was waking up this morning. I saw that across my feed, and I just kind of, Woj bomb is the signature right now. And all of a sudden it's up for grabs, especially with everything going on in the NBA, considering their new deal coming up with Amazon. And I know Shams is looking around. I know Chris Haynes is looking around, our friend Chris Haynes. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen with that dynamic. Me and Frankie Cardicelli were actually talking about that via text this morning about what kind of could be the next blueprints for the newsbreakers on the NBA side.
Yeah, well, it's the Woj bomb now becomes the Sham Wow. And I think Chris Haynes, because Shams is going to take Woj's spot, you'd think. He already kind of had been competing with him. And then, I like the idea of Elk Grove's Chris Haynes taking over the Shams spot. He was already kind of sniffing around there doing some excellent reporting work. There you go. I think he solved it, dude.
Yeah, it's really kind of reminiscent of Chris Mortensen and Adam Schefter back in the day with ESPN, and then Adam working his way up the ranks in Denver, and then eventually Chris kind of choosing his heir. Even though Woj and Shams had their disagreements, I think it was very clear that he was the heir apparent to that throne if Woj ever did decide to step down. What's more so shocking is that Woj is stepping aside really in the middle of his prime. He's really not that old. He's in the middle of his 50s, I believe. Very nice man. I met him myself personally. Very, very gracious with his time. Very humble person. Wishing the best for him and his family going forward in New York.
Well, speaking of inheriting thrones, in order for Brock Purdy to inherit the throne of, say, a Joe Montana or a Steve Young, not only is he going to have to win a Super Bowl, but he's going to have to have a few more years of incredible work. Now, you and I have both talked a lot about how weird the coverage was over Purdy his first couple years, and system quarterback, he's only as good as his weapons, this, that, whatever. And he's currently leading the NFL in passing yards, which is interesting considering the Niners haven't exactly been scoring 50 a game. But now no Deebo Samuel, now no Christian McCaffrey. So not that you or I believe the narrative was sound in the first place, but is this a chance for Brock Purdy to kind of step into the limelight, step up and make the best of what he has and defeat some of those silly narratives?
Yeah, especially next week in week 3 against the Los Angeles Rams and their very injury-riddled roster right now. They keep getting these injuries, especially on the back end too. It's going to be interesting to see what Brock can do. And again, there should be no talk about, well, Brock has no weapons. Brock absolutely still has weapons. He still has all-pro George Kittle. He still has Brandon Ayuk, even though he's not 100%. He's still got Jordan Mason, who's one of the best running backs in the NFL right now. He's got a lot of weapons at his disposal, and at the same time, he has Kyle Shanahan calling the plays. And as long as you have Kyle Shanahan calling the plays, you should be able to get some pretty ample opportunities to make something happen. And I think Brock Purdy, I think Brian Baldinger said it yesterday on Baldy's Breakdowns that, this is going to be a real opportunity for him to separate himself from where he wants to get paid in the market structure, right? Because a lot of people expect him to get the max deal, expect him to get $60 million potentially after this season. I think he could get less than that considering what the team needs financially, but this could be an opportunity for him to set that market for himself that, hey, even with a couple guys down, I'm still 10 toes down. I'm still the franchise quarterback. And this is not an audition. He's already has a job that's secure. He's not auditioning to be this team's starting quarterback. He's not auditioning to stay the starting quarterback. He is the starting quarterback. But it determines where on the market scale you want to be, Brock Purdy. Do you want to be a top 10 paid quarterback, a top 5 paid quarterback? Do you want to be a starting quarterback? Where do you want to be? And so that's what these next 2 weeks could determine, both against the Rams and then a tougher test at home against the New England Patriots.
Emil, Brandon Ayuk needs to step up, obviously, and figure his life out after being out for camp. And the first 2 games were almost his camp in itself. But as you mentioned, lots of other weapons, including Juwan Jennings, who I'm a fan of. I've been a fan of. He's 27 years old. There's a reason why they call him Third and Juwan. Is this a guy, we talk about the Brock Purdy opportunity. Well, what about Jennings?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Juwan Jennings. He actually did get paid this offseason for all of his hard work, being a 7th-round draft pick in the NFL. He was really trying to work his way up and did so under Kyle Shanahan's offense, not only in the passing game, but also in the run game. Juwan Jennings means so much to this Niners team because of his reliability, his ability to stay on the field, as well as be open on third down. Yes, Third and Juwan is his little signature nickname he has right now, but he's much more than just a third down possession catcher. He absolutely makes plays out there, and he's one of the nastiest run blockers out there and talks a lot of trash when he's out there making those blocks for his running back. So he's definitely an energy guy, definitely a locker room guy, a guy that got locked down to a 2-year, $15 million deal over the offseason. But this could set up potentially down the line for a restructure, even more money coming his way in terms of a check next season.
Let's talk about the defense. According to Pro Football Focus, the pass block grades through 2 weeks, the difference between the second to last Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams, who are dead last in pass block grades, is bigger than the difference between number 1 and number 25. That is how abysmal. Number 1, the Colts at 86.2. The Niners are in 17th, not great at 66.1. The Seahawks are second to last at 53.3. The Rams are at 29.2. So, when us big fat guys, talking about me, get in front of a buffet and start licking their lips, I imagine that's exactly how Nick Bosa and friends feel.
Yeah, Nick Bosa and friends, especially in this rivalry game, the Niners and Rams, how much they love going to Levi's South down there in SoFi Stadium. They absolutely love going there. 62% of the fans expected to be Niner fans this weekend in Los Angeles. This is a huge game for them. This is a statement game in terms of, yes, we didn't play our best in Minnesota. We did not play to our standard. But usually after that game, they get their lick back, and they usually beat up on an inferior team. And right now, the Rams standard seem to be that way. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where they're at right now, is that the Niners have to win this game. They cannot be 1-2 going to the start of the season, especially with the Seahawks 2-0 right now to start their season. If they want to win this division again, they have to win the divisional games and potentially even clean sweep the division like they did last year.
So we know that a guy like Bosa is going to be there. Leonard Floyd's going to be there. Fred Warner's going to do his thing. What the hell's going on with Javon Hargrave?
Yeah, Javon has not been himself since he came over from Philadelphia on a 4-year, $80 million deal. And a lot of people predicted he would be. I was one of the guys that definitely sang his praises when they signed him. But he came in last year a little bit out of shape, a little overweight, and just never really got his footing under Chris Kaceric's offense. And now in year 2, it's more of a, all right, dude, are you this guy? Are you a Pro Bowl potential player? Are you going to step up in Eric Armstead's absence? Because so far, and frankly, Malik Collins has been the better run stopper of the two up front, and Hargrave has been a little bit more wear and tear, more of a fill gap guy. I do think he still has a lot of talent and a lot to offer this team. He just needs to find that gear that he had in Philadelphia, and I don't know if it's a scheme thing, what they're running, or if it's a certain thing, but usually Chris Kaceric gets the most out of these defensive linemen. He gets the most out of guys who are on the cusp of stardom and then turns them into stars. You look at DeForest Buckner, look at Eric Armstead, look at all these guys that have come before him. Even Leonard Floyd is having a great start to his 2024 Niners season, except for Hargrave. Hargrave is the one that has to find a way to get into that gear he had in Philadelphia. If he gets there, this defensive line can absolutely take a step forward, and their 17th ranking, as you mentioned, Dave, should go up, and this team has the potential to be another elite 49ers defense. That's if and only if they get home.
Last thing, speaking of healthy, when are we going to see Talanoa Hufanga?
This week, potentially.
Okay.
This could be the week. Kyle seemed very excited to have Talanoa back on the field. Practice starts this afternoon. That'll be a clear indication of where Huff is at. I expect him to practice fully. Same with Thursday and same with Friday. I think they want to just slow roll him into the season to try and not only protect Huff from himself, because Huff's been so eager to get back on the football field, but on top of that, they wanted to give George Odom, their special teams ace and safety, more looks at safety. They wanted to give Malik Mustafa, their third-round rookie, more looks at safety as well, too. And those guys haven't been cutting it to start the year. Again, they allowed a 97-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson over the top in the Minnesota Vikings game. The Niners, while Huff isn't a traditional free safety, they can use his intangibles. They can use his poise on the football field again, and they're going to welcome him back with open arms, and that could be as early as week 3 against the Rams.
That's Emil Fregoso. He's not a snack. He is our San Francisco 49ers insider each and every day, and he appears with us 9 a.m., Niners at 9 every Wednesday. Appreciate you, Emil. Go do your thing, and we'll talk to you soon, and I'm sure I'll see you in the halls in about an hour.
Sounds good, Dave. We'll see you soon.
See you. Take care. That's Emil Fregoso. We'll take a break when we come back. What the WNBA needs, what I think it needs, And also a baseball highlight that made me laugh out loud just because, of course, that's how things went. We'll get to a mishmash of stuff next.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
Going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Checking the YouTube chat. I see Dennis is on there. I literally don't see anyone else. I am looking at an absolute full page. There's Ken. Okay. Dennis, love you. Slow down. It does not have to be a stream of consciousness, my friend. Pass the ball. Dennis just pointed out that you shouldn't wear your hat backwards, and he used me as an example, saying Dave's never worn a hat backwards. And I said, that's right. And he said, I know, I've watched you for years. Slow down, Dennis.
I think someone tried to put one on you backwards, and like you.
I was mad. And you shouldn't wear them indoors either. Thinking about this. Okay, so this is always a danger zone.
Let's take the highway.
When guys, shout out Kenny Loggins, when guys, want to dip their foot in, well, this is what the WNBA needs. And boy, have we heard some doozies over the years, shorter uniforms, lowered rims, whatever. I'm serious about this, though, and I know I did a little tiny bit of research. Like, I know they've dabbled around it, but if I was a WNBA commissioner, here's what I'm doing going into this the break, the offseason. You got to talk to I don't know who the best people are out there, but I know they're all done by certain companies. You got to talk to the best of the best, and we need a legit WNBA reality show. We 100%. There is so much drama. And by the way, this isn't a girl thing. The freaking NBA is about to do a reality show with Domantas Sabonis.
The best part about the NBA is the drama.
That's what I'm saying. This isn't but I can already hear the one or two times. Oh, just because they're women, they're dramatic. No, because they're athletes, they're dramatic. Athletes are unnecessarily dramatic, and there is no more dramatic sport we deal with than the NBA. But there's some good drama in the WNBA, and a lot of it revolves around Caitlin Clark. Is Cheryl Swoops a hater? Angel Reese. Like, you need to get what are the most popular reality shows? The Real Housewives people. What's another really popular reality show? I wish Simone was. She'd know. She watches all that crap.
Oh, she's probably yelling at us right now.
This probably is. The Vanderpump
Rules.
Okay, so that one. My wife always watches. What is it? 600-pound pimple or
My 600-Pound Life.
Yeah. Then there's like My 600
90-Day Fiance
UK or what? Yeah, get whoever does those, and just and then pick like 10 people and follow them around, and just let's get all the tea, man, and say what you want, but that stuff, it's like Hard Knocks. Like, I got an eye on the Bears this year because I watched them in Hard Knocks, just like last year. What was it, the Lions? Was it the Lions last year? No, it was the Jets, and then the Lions the year before. Like, it helps. It personalizes and humanizes everybody, and we all want the drama, and there's a ton of drama, and I'm tired of reading about it on Twitter. I want to see it. I want to see him talking garbage. I want to see the behind the scenes. You don't have to get all personal. I don't need to see him, whatever. I'm talking about, like, mostly the locker room on the road crap where everybody's, just yammering about each other. I'm telling you, man. Let me get to this highlight as well, because this just made me laugh. Chris, I don't know if you've seen this or not. If not, it's going to seem out of context at first. I'm going to go to
Game 2 between the Brewers.
There's a Brewers-Phillies yesterday. It's just a random sideline reporter.
And the Phillies here, the magic number is just 2 for the Brewers to clinch the National League Central. And the Brewers pitching staff has been tested with a lot of adversity and injuries. They have used 17 different starters. They have used 12 different pitchers to secure a save. And now you can put Colin Ray on both of those lists. As last night he went 2 2/3 scoreless innings to secure his first career
multiple
save.
times. Why would I play this?
We learned after the game that Pat Murphy had approached him earlier in the day as Nick Castellanos just went out here, guys.
Fly ball deep left center, and Castellanos gives the Phillies a 1-0 lead. His 21st home run of the season.
That first pitch sinker, and he knocked it out of here.
It's the weirdest thing in baseball. He just has a knack for hitting home runs in either the saddest or most inopportune times.
We know that the sad thing was yesterday that everyone's like, oh, bet on him to get a home run, was Diddy getting arrested.
Oh, and then, well, I feel like there was a couple of things yesterday that might qualify. There's Castellanos. There's a long drive to left. We were talking about Tennessee, Chris, raising or adding a 10% NIL fee to tickets in all sports, plus raising season tickets to football 4.5%. This NIL thing is out of control, but ahead of this game this weekend against Ohio State, head coach Charles Huff of Marshall University might have just solved it.
Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, but yeah.
I'm here for it. I don't know what Tudor's is. Somebody will. Tudors. But I'll bet you Tudor's Biscuits is good.
I'm going to ask my Midwest connection if they know what it is.
That's got to be a thing, right? How is anyone not incredibly obese in the South? I would be so huge. The food is just, how do you avoid it? It's just so good. And for the most part, so insanely unhealthy. Let's see. Tudor's Biscuit World. Biscuits, wraps, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Everything has a biscuit in it except the lunch, where it just looks like a regular old sandwich. But you can get dinner platters at Tudor's Biscuits. Here's your side locations, or your picks for the sides. This is awesome. mashed potatoes and gravy, corn, coleslaw, green beans, fried apples, mac and cheese, fried potatoes, French fries, and pinto beans. You can choose from things like meatloaf, baked steak with gravy, country fried steak, beans, and cornbread. And the hungry man's platter, a big bowl of their specially seasoned pinto beans, fried potatoes, coleslaw, chopped onions, and a slice of their moist homemade cornbread. Ooh, is that vegetarian? I don't see any meat on there. Need more play. What is the southerniest place over here? What's it called? Isn't there a restaurant called, well, there's one called South, right?
I don't believe that's around.
Oh, it's not? What about, is Fixin' still around, KJ's place?
I think so.
Okay. I'm getting hungry. This diet sucks. Finally, it's not a diet, it's a change in life. On this day,
I'd go with the Thundering Herd.
The Thundering Herd?
Sausage, potato, egg, and cheese biscuits.
Oh, God, that sounds so good. Biscuits are just so insanely awesome. On this day, 5 years ago, we got a legendary, iconic press conference moment from Washington State head coach Mike Leech.
Well, first of all, what kind of mythical powers does a Sun Devil have? We got to consider that. I'm going to say the Wildcat's out. The Trojan, does he have a horse or is he on foot? Does he have a bow and arrow or just his sword? The Bruin, definitely formidable. Another bear up there at Cal. The tree, I imagine that tree's going to get chopped down, unless we're going to go with the bird and somebody might get pecked or something. I don't know. And then the duck might lose interest and just fly away and get out of there, which may be good advice under the circumstances. The husky, no chance. The beaver, we'll see how long that beaver can hold his breath. The ute, again, we're back to, is he on horseback? Does he have a bow and arrow? Did he trade for a rifle? I mean, because if that ute's got a rifle, there's some definite problems. You'd have to get one of those Harry Potter activists to read up on how you kill a Sun Devil, because there's a lot of outside stuff there. Just as far as a beast alone, a buffalo's going to be pretty hard to tangle with. I mean, a buffalo's utterly outstanding. Well, but Butch is going to have to be clear-minded and crafty. I mean, Butch will find a way. There's no question. The Coug will find a way. Clear-minded and crafty, a combination of stay out of harm's way and attack when you get your chances or your opening.
Somebody just simply asked him if you took all the Pac-12 teams, mascots, and put them together, or nicknames, who would win in a fight. And Leech gave maybe the greatest answer in sports history. That was a complete and total perfect breakdown. We'll take a break. And if the Ute has a gun and is on horseback, it's over. When we come back, what to watch. We'll also go back through some things as well. And we got some audio for you, including maybe one of the greatest analogies we've heard in a long time from Pittsburgh Steelers coach Mike Tomlin. We'll get to that next.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Lowe's knows to start fall projects, you need reliable outdoor power equipment from Ego. Right now, get your choice of a select 56-volt blower or chainsaw for $249. The 56-volt technology powers over 80 tools, so you can switch from blowing leaves to cutting trees with ease. Save time and money with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Valid through 10/2 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Item number 5207558 and item number 4354078.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Sean Party. That's why they call me Mr. Saturday.
Mr. Saturday Night Tour.
He was a
Friday, September 20th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guests Priscilla Block and Larry Fleet.
I got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown.
Sean Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Part of the Hard Rock Sacramento Concert Series.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sacktown Sports.
I just realized I gotta go on my phone and be kind of a sad moment. I gotta turn off Woj notifications.
Someone put the meme of Commissioner Gordon breaking the bat signal.
I mean, for real. I saw somebody else say this too. It was a great point about Adrian Wojnarowski retiring and becoming the general manager and having an NIL allocation of his alma mater, St. Bonaventure. How stressful did his job have to be if his step back to a more peaceful life involves being the GM of a college basketball team? Well, happy trails. And yeah, it sounds like both just read something else, but not only is Shams Charania a free agent, but Chris Haynes, also a free agent at the end of the year. ESPN expected
He's
to go
from
after
around
him.
these parts, right?
Huh?
He's from around these
Chris
parts.
Haynes?
Yeah.
Elk Grove, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ESPN expected to go after one or both of those guys. SoFi Stadium this weekend for the 49er versus Ram game, according to Vivid Seats, is expected to be occupied by 62% 49er. That is a really, really good traveling. I mean, there's some really good traveling fan bases out there, but that is
and that's probably minimum.
It's gonna look like a sea of red.
Oh yeah, because that was coming out the other day when the Rams put "We protect our house," something to that effect.
Yeah,
and then everyone just put all the pictures of Niner
They
fans.
do not. They do not, in fact, protect their house. Let me get to some audio for you. Don't forget Crosstalk coming up momentarily in the next couple minutes. As far as what to watch, I don't know. I don't like faking it through segments. There's just, unless I'm missing something. You got the A's and Cubs at 11:20, so that's a little bit of day baseball, along with the Giants at Orioles at 3:35. Am I missing something to watch tonight?
12 o'clock, Manchester City versus Inter Milan. They haven't played each other since last year in the Champions League final.
Ooh, that actually, see, for you and me, that qualifies. That's what? That's on, is that ESPN Plus or Paramount or something? Paramount.
But they also show it on, I believe, Univision.
Which one do you watch?
Univision. If I'm here, then Univision, because
then we
I don't want to get the
yeah.
Paramount Plus.
But if you're home, you'll watch Paramount Plus?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Univision is more exciting of a call. They're better.
Yeah.
I can't understand most of it. That's the problem. Not that you necessarily, I guess I could do English subtitles, right? I did a poll over the weekend, by the way. I'm kind of fascinated by this thing, and I think it's directly age appropriate. Have you ever, Chris, when you're watching stuff at home, do you have the subtitles on?
Depends. Not for live stuff.
I think this is a 35 and under thing. I think the 35 and unders, there's a lot of subtitling going on. They just
Netflix,
like to have it
I've
on.
got subtitles on.
Yeah, my kids do it. I don't know. I don't hate it, but it just distracts the hell out of me. I get that sometimes you pick up stuff you wouldn't, but I don't want to read.
There's like a few like streaming services where when they're speaking a different language, like at Apple, I found this happens a lot. I don't know if it's just my setup or whatever, but they'll be talking another language and there's no subtitles for what they're speaking. So it's just like,
yeah, what is it?
I'm missing something. And then I put the subtitles on and they say speaking in this language, and then they translate it. So I'm like, okay.
That's so weird. I would want to know. I don't like being spoken to without knowing it. Yeah, if I'm watching something foreign or something, sure. I don't know the language. All right, let's go to a couple things here. Let's start out. This is Mike Tomlin. Just listen to Mike Tomlin, okay?
Yeah. You know, none of your businesses, respectfully. There's certain things that go on among teams that I don't talk about. Whether it gets out or how it gets out is unimportant to me, and I'm not overly guarded against it. But it's just certain things as a leader that I talk to the collective about that I have zero intentions of sharing with the larger public, because it's about our collective and how we come together and how we appreciate and support one another. And, you know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
It's true.
Wow, that was a really good analogy.
Yep, I agree, Mike. Yeah, you don't ever want to see, you don't ever want to know what's in the hot dog, dude. Two things you never want to see made: laws and sausages. Period. End of statement. Jerry Jones' team.
Laws is probably the grosser of the two.
Yeah, you're probably right. Jerry Jones did his radio show this week after his team got stomped at home by New Orleans. Hey, have you seen the clips when they open up the doors in Dallas for the standing room only?
Yeah.
How is that still around? How has somebody not gotten trampled and injured?
Like, I've seen, like, the last one I saw, someone like fell down.
This was last weekend. I don't understand the liability there unless they have them all sign some massive waiver. But, dude, that is just, those people get in and just absolutely tear into it. Why? Why are we like that? Anyways, Jarrah says they can correct this.
This is something we can correct. This is not something that we can't look to more like we played at Cleveland than we played out there the other day. We saw things at certain spots we hadn't seen during the preseason, and we had players that were doing things in a way that they hadn't done it before. Had they done it before, we would have been able to correct it by example. Can we take exactly what we're trying to do and have it ready to go, and have it ready to go in a way that can win these games during the season and get ready for the playoffs? The answer is a big yes, we can.
Okay. What about Mike McCarthy, though? Any pressure on him?
I don't think where he is with his contract has anything to do with Cleveland, where we were giving accolades out to him and Zimmer, or how we played Sunday. I don't think that you pair them up to that kind of timing. We're trying to get this team ready and in place to really make a run at the playoff. On any given Sunday, you can have a bad day in the NFL. If we've got anything that albatross around our neck, is that we've been a good to very good team during the season over the last 4 or 5 years with Mike, and we haven't done well in the playoff. So let's trade some challenges during the season for doing well in the playoff, if you want to look at it that way.
I mean, that's a good way to look at it, I guess. Either way, dude, you got smoked by New Orleans at home. Deion Sanders doesn't like the media attacking college players making money.
When I say I genuinely love these kids, I genuinely really do. It's not about what they can do for me on the football field. It's about what I can help them with in life. Landscape has changed in football. Once upon a time, you guys never attacked college players. Now they're making more money than y'all. And some of y'all are envious and jealous about that. So you're on the attack. It was hands off a college player because he's an amateur. Remember that, guys? Now it's hands on. Go at them any kind of way you want. They're making more money than me, and I'm mad about it. When you attack them, these guys are sensitive. They've never been attacked. They hadn't gone through what I've been going through with y'all for years. They haven't done that. So it is what it is. I know you're going to do your job and what you must do, but your job does not say attack. The personal stuff, leave it to be personal, because if we start flipping the script on y'all, you wouldn't like it. I can easy. Thank you, Lord, for stopping me there. Whoo, that was almost a good one. That would have went viral.
That is kind of a funny thought, like flipping the script. Deion Sanders is petty enough to where he would be the type that would be like, I'm going to start our own report. All we're going to do is report on you guys, how much you make, the mistake you made in your column a couple weeks ago. Talk to your bosses. Is your job safe? That actually would be kind of entertaining. Lastly, as we break here, and we're going to ask Styles and Watkins about this when they come in next for Crosstalk and celebrity birthdays. The Kings, whatever it is, City Edition, City Connect, I don't know what it's called. I think they kind of look like Pistons jerseys, but whatever. It's like royal blue, I don't know, dark blue, with red and white stripes on the sides and Kings and kind of red piping with the white in the middle. It says Kings across.
A bunch of them got leaked yesterday, and they all kind of look the same.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a Nike thing or what. I don't know if I was really happy with the purples, the old purples coming in. Put a poll out, and overwhelmingly, almost 70% of Kings fans did not like them.
See, this is why there shouldn't be just one shirt company for jerseys. It should be multiple, because that's where you're going to get the competition from. To say, oh man, Reebok is killing it right now. I don't know why I said Reebok, but
right, Under Armour, whatever. Yeah. Well, but why? I understand that they do them 2 years in advance. Why do we not have Why do we not have a beam on a jersey? Why is there no beam anywhere? Well, it's a purple beam.
I guess last year's was sort of.
It was like a eyebrow raise to a beam. No, dude, put a beam, make it a beam. You can make that work. Have a beam as a stripe or something.
Like on the sides.
Yes, the beam's going up. Yes. It's the coolest gimmick in the NBA, and we don't have it on a jersey. And we've had the gimmick now. We're going on year 3. It's not that part seems fairly reasonable. Crosstalk, Styles, and Watkins, celebrity birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies. We wrap up the show next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all.
Model year-end savings are going on now. It's savings you just can't say no to.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
To find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Sacramento, Dirk Smedley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Harmony.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha.
Did your boobs stop working?
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025, live in Sacramento. Golden One Center, Saturday, March 1st. With special guests, the Mars Volta and Fleshwater. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit Deftones.com.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Welcome in. Hey, we're all here.
All of us.
Good morning.
Morrow.
Good morrow?
Yes.
What does that mean? Doesn't that mean does that mean have a good tomorrow?
That would be my guess.
What just happened to my computer? How you guys doing?
Tomorrow's got to be like today, right? And tomorrow is
Tomorrow.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woj retiring, guys. Your thoughts?
About time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loser. I can say that
while I was in school, we played St. Bonaventure, and let's just say Wojmas really loved that place. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Well, he says he's going to want to spend more time with his family and be less stressed out. So there you go.
That's so strange to me that apparently this new job is going to be less stressful.
I think he's going to go to the NBA. That's what I was saying to Chris earlier.
Like in league office?
The GM. Think about it for a second. Because I know it sounds ridiculous on the surface. Think about how much of a GM's job is relationships,
agents,
networking,
right?
agents, players. Look at the success Leon Rose has had with New York, Rob Pelinka in LA. It's not unheard of. We just don't hear a lot of media guys go in there. But Woj is more of an agent than a media guy with his relationships.
Yeah. The problem is he's kind of a shill, so you don't really know what his actual basketball takes are. Like, we don't know if he thinks Julius Randle's like the best player on earth or something. That's just
but maybe that's
good.
Player,
but that's the thing. I don't think he has to.
Yeah.
I think that's where you get a Wes Wilcox type. That's your assistant, or Ken Catanella, and you get all the nerds out there to do the cap stuff. And your job is just to lure free agents.
Yeah, I'm not really that surprised. Woj is one of those guys. I don't know when it's celebrity birthdays, but he might be a little bit older than he appears. You know, he's got kids and stuff, and not to say that what they do and as far as news breaking is a young man's game, but I mean, they joke about, you know, he's been battling with Shams for a while. Shams is like Chris's age or something like that.
I think he's younger than I am.
Yeah, so I mean, it's two guys going back and forth in two completely different
on
stages
March
of life.
4th, Adrian Wojnarowski turned
58.
54.
I was gonna say 57. Yeah.
Chris is the closest 55.
Ooh,
yeah. So you know he's
secret celebrity birthday.
You're on your phone and all day long, and it is what it is. I'm not. It's not terribly. It's surprising how it happened, but I'm not that surprised that it happened.
Do you guys have Dennis in your chat?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Is he as active with you as he is with me?
No. He has his days where he'll go in.
Brought to you by Adderall. Dennis.
Styles wearing an ugly Christmas sweater. He's not wearing a sweater.
I think it's the Raider.
But you know, before we get into celebrity birthdays and all that, I want to say something to you, Alan.
Okay.
And I want you to take this the right way, which usually means it's terrible, but it's not. It's just a suggestion. Because you're sensitive about this, whereas I don't think you should be.
I don't like where this is going at all.
And Nick Cattles used to do something similar. So, like, we're on this. I know I'm really starting out. What am I going to say? You know, there's a height adjustment on the chair.
Oh, jeez.
Because look, he's not doing
this
himself
one is
any
broken.
favors.
This one, I've been trying to do it all day.
You take my chair.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
You really tried.
You see what all I'm saying?
I was trying to do it while
I
I was
know
still
you're
sitting.
sensitive about it.
I'm not
I don't
sensitive
think you
about
should
it.
be, and I'm saying you're not doing yourself any favors when Chris and I are doing our thing. You're like, I'm over here.
It was jammed. You know, I'm trying to change society.
How are you? one chair at a time.
Yeah. Don't forget your water bottle today.
It's a coffee mug.
Don't care.
The water bottle is a big plastic one that says things like,
"Oh yeah,
good morning,
keep going,
almost there, keep going,
go to the bathroom."
I'm just giving it the finger every day, like you keep going.
Where'd you get that?
Amazon.
I need one.
Yeah, they're good. Just like I think it was like $6-7.
Yeah, this is what I rock.
Lasted. No, get one of them. It's good. It's a lot of water. That's a lot of peeing, dude.
I know.
Seriously.
And then we get shorter breaks than you guys. You guys get 10-minute breaks.
What's our longest? 7? I think we had
What?
7.
What?
Yeah, we had a 7 once. Usually they're, I don't know, what do you say the average is? 4, 3.5? But you know,
4.
every day we'll get a 5 or a couple.
Must be nice. 6. Must be nice.
Well, you know, guys. Now, there's nothing I could say right now that'd be nice or mean. I have nothing. Sometimes you say that, you have nothing in your head.
Yeah.
Any interactions with the muckety the hair-to-dos, the
hairdos,
the big important people yesterday?
No, we went downstairs, got some scraps of food, and you know they were basically like, hey guys.
Hey guys.
We were like, oh, can we?
You're like grabbing the cold pizza. You know, I love that too. Anytime the corporate people come in, there's always like this catered meal.
Yeah.
It's all why don't we should have like catered Fridays or something. Like, what are we doing?
Yesterday they
had
had
engineers
what?
Barbecue. You don't like the engineers barbecue?
I mean,
I love it, but again, we're getting
fine.
what's left.
It's fine. Yeah, we get the leavings.
Yeah.
I got a microwave at home. I could eat their barbecue anytime. It's whatever.
Whoa.
They're okay.
Hey, that is not coming from Sounds of Watkins. We love your meat.
Just here's some advice, guys. If I engineers any advice. Hey, now, guys, there are meat thermometers. You can actually prep the temperature, not overcook everything. Is all I'm saying. You ever have a chicken thigh gum?
Has he just had this in the chamber? Where is this coming from?
I'm just saying. Try our engineer's chicken sometime.
And now you want them to fix this thing that you broke, and now I'm stuck with this. You make messes for us to clean up.
But you know what? Celebrity Birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Nothing says family and friends more. And Crumble Chris will be in here next Wednesday.
They had Crumble Cookies yesterday.
Here?
Really good.
Yeah, where I didn't. Yeah. No. Did you get? How was yours?
I didn't get one.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Yeah.
Either. Okay.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to a Sacramento legend, Tisha Pinachero.
Ooh.
Tisha. Oh, I want to get this wrong.
She looks great. I'll tell you that. Doesn't matter how old she is. She looks fantastic.
44.
Yeah. I'll say 47.
40.
She looks great.
45.
Chris is the closest. Big 5-0 today.
Wow. Well, you know we were all going to go under.
Yeah. Great Instagram follow.
Happy birthday to Exhibit.
Oh, love Exhibit.
Yeah. How do you not love Exhibit?
You are not a Pimp My Ride guy,
No,
right?
I was 100%. I watched Pimp My Ride all the time.
Oh, man.
Chris, you got to be careful. You know, we can't isolate.
Yeah.
Can't isolate age groups.
I love that.
You can't isolate age groups.
Then you find out that, like, the car's caught on fire.
Yeah, they're all terrible.
We know you like pets, so we put a goldfish,
a petting zoo in your trunk.
Oh, was that the one where they did they do like
everything.
An aquarium and stuff? Yeah.
Everything. Everything.
Exhibit is 56.
No way.
100%.
Yeah.
I'll go 52.
I'll go 54.
Exhibit's the same age as Tisha Pinachero, 50.
Oh, wow. We all went too high.
All right. Happy birthday, Captain America, Christian Pulisic.
Oh,
that was the actor with Banana. Christian Pulisic is
they're all like 22, right?
Yeah, I think he's like 27.
Yeah.
25.
I'll say 27. 28.
We got a tie between Dave
26.
and Alan, 26.
Yeah.
Told you.
Another Sacramento legend, Travis Outlaw.
Troutlaw.
Troutlaw is 38.
I'll say
What?
40.
Yeah, he's probably older.
39.
You have the correct answer. Travis Outlaw, 40 years old today.
Oh, yeah.
What's coming up on the show quickly, guys?
Yeah, the Debo podcast. We're gonna have a lot of fun breaking that one down and what to do with Bryce Young. Chris is trying to bring him to. Actually, Nate's trying to bring him to the Raiders.
Mentioned it earlier. It's not the worst idea in the world. Although Gardner Minshew, what is he, second in the NFL in passing? Come on, man.
That's right. Only quarterback, 250 plus yards both weeks.
The fastest growing show in the entire country, Styles and Watkins, not isolating age groups. They will join you next.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! Let's go!